Okay, let's try that. Did that fix it? Did that work? Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Mr. Raspy. Good to see you again. Okay, yeah, I forgot to... So, if anyone ever does streaming and... hello, adequate gentlemen. Thank you very much. Hopefully you're doing well in body and or mind. At least one of those two things. Ideally both. But hopefully you are doing well today. So let's try that intro again. Although I'm gonna retcon a few things. You know, welcome on back, everybody, to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. My name is Coin. And the panels that you guys saw on the screen that were being flashed were the contributor panels. I'd like to thank Mr. Raspy for their continued Patreon membership at this time. If you guys want your names on the panels that I flashed earlier, $1 on Patreon or coffee is the easiest, cheapest way to do it. But all the other information for that can be found down in the link tree, either below the video player on Twitch or in the description on YouTube. Either way, hopefully we're all doing well today. It's time for a recap. So last time we went through and finished up the Akala caves, and we quickly mapped out the light routes in the underground. Then we started going through the Pikida region. We went through Sky. We found the labyrinth, the North Lome Castle. We got that. Then we started clearing out Koroks on the surface. Today we're going to do that. And if possible, I'd like to get to the labyrinth today and hopefully get that done. But before we do that, I did start looking at a few things in the midst of farming ore. I did not farm as much ore as I would have liked. I would have farmed a lot more. But being honest, I got called in for an overnight client job. I think I told you guys about that already. Yesterday and the day before that. It started on Saturday. I had a lot to do in a short amount of time, so I really didn't have much spare time to whip out the Switch, and I didn't feel up to it when I did have the spare time. So in a short 1 hour in a short 30-minute session, literally right before stream, I quickly farmed up. I quickly found some mines to get some, and I think we have actually for what I was able to accomplish in 30 minutes. I basically got almost 200 ore, which is really good. Usually like a 10 or 15 minute lap or like a 1 hour lap anywhere for ore gets you, I want to say, around 400 ore. 400, 600 ore. It kind of depends on what you farm up. We'll keep chatting while I kind of take us through the tour of what I found during that half hour, actually. Mr. Raspy says, how did the job go, 47? Kappa. I can tell that that is supposed to be a joke. However, there. The job went okay. It went all right. I mean, I had a meeting that day. I rode back home with a client. And as far as I understood, I basically didn't even get paid for it. I had to pay for shirt, or basically, I had to reimburse the client for some shirts. And so it wouldn't have made sense for her to pay me after I paid her for shirts. No, of course it wasn't an assassination. God, no. Definitely not. Let's not even joke all that much about Agent 47. Yeah, I don't really want to touch that subject with a 10-foot pole, if at all possible. Welcome on in, Mr. Jason. I'm so sorry I didn't see that message earlier. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're well in body and mind, or at least one of those two things. And, I hope you enjoy your stay. Mr. Jason says, wait, you had to pay a client? So, long story short, I got two, yes, I paid them to watch their house. Yeah, that's a winning business model, isn't it? You would be so bankrupt so fast, it's not funny. If you're trying to lose money, do that. In all seriousness, though, I'm part of a veterans support org, and our local chapter ordered some shirts, so I paid the company back for those shirts, and the client just so happens to be the commander for that local chapter. So I paid her for the shirts, but because I'm paid 20 a day for any kind of overnight, it kind of evens out. Kind of essentially, if we pass money back and forth, all we really accomplish is that we pay Cash App 3.5% of $20, and nobody would get anything. Let's see. Mr. Raspy says, did they get a very good offer in coupons? I mean, I wasn't the only person to pay for shirts. Everyone paid for shirts. I paid for my 2 shirts. But some folks even got extra shirts. Because if we didn't order a certain number, there wouldn't be free shipping, is what I've been told. So, Then Mr. Raspy goes on to say, did they use all their swirling tokens for minus 20% price repeatedly? No, it's not really complicated, but if you backpass money enough times through like Cash App or, other services, it's kind of like you're losing money to the company. So if you keep repeatedly passing the same $20, if you backpass the same $20 and Cash App or whatever will take 1.7% up to 1.7%. You do that enough times and you'll have lost all that money. I'd like to believe you stamp each transaction. Nope. Okay, I gotta stop circling the drain, and I got to start doing other stuff. Maybe like this. I gotta figure out a place to park it. I don't even think so. There. All I wanted to do was to put this thing on a platform so I could go upstairs. And give offers under swirling tokens. So I realize it's, you know, this is all like heavy, copious amounts of joking and sarcasm, right? I do get that. I don't have any tokens of any sort. You guys can use your amperes. Those are the kinds of tokens I have. If you're on Twitch, that is. Feel free to, like, redeem things. Or don't. I'm not your daddy. I won't tell you what to do. Ugh, that made me feel ick, just even saying it. Okay, who spotted me? Someone clearly did. The combat music wouldn't have flared up. I do my best to keep my personal life and, or various aspects of my personal life and professional life separate. As hard as that is. Okay, someone saw me. Yeah, I see you got a clean shave. I did. I'm not sure how long I'm going to rock it. I originally was going to go to a job fair, with the clean shave. Okay, who is that? So someone's circling around. There's a Yiga clan patrol on like on a hover bike moving around here. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go in and like at least read this. Okay. God, I forgot where I was gonna go with what I was saying. Oh, right, the clean shave. So I was going to go attend a job fair with my sibling, and so I wanted to be all nice and clean for that. I ended up not attending that job fair, but then I had like the veteran support org meeting and then the client job on top of that. And I've been keeping my clean shave ever since. I don't know if I'm going to keep it. You guys will have to tell me, because I'm not always the best judge of what looks good. If people think my clean-shaven face looks better than any kind of scraggly beard I could ever grow, then I'm more than happy to, you know, shave. I'm doing it for me, but I'm curious where opinions and judgments might fall on that. And then Mr. Rasby, the player, goes on to say, wanted to start asking where's coin, but didn't have a good follow-up. That's all right. Mr. Jason says, remember my apparel store that I mentioned earlier, Mr. Coin? I do. Gracie from Gracie Grace and ACNH. No, I'm sorry, ACNL. Has some furniture series, and the most expensive set is 2,646,000 bells. I feel a sneeze coming on. My apparel store. Oh my goodness. You'll have to forgive me. I think I got a bit of either diluted bleach fume or freshener up my nose. I've been sneezing a good bit for the past hour. My apparel store now has stuff inside of it that is 2,905,000 Poki. The Poki to Bell exchange rates are usually around 300 bells for 100 Poki. And so your store is now valued higher than Gracie Grace's is. Ah, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I don't really have too much to comment on with, you know, Animal Crossing stuff. I even when I did avidly and regularly play it, you know, I was never the super artsy, like feng shui type. I just never was. Everything in the houses was like function over form, or both if I could help it. So I don't have a tremendous amount of comments for Animal Crossing stuff. I have my tastes, but my tastes are nowhere near what an Animal Crossing connoisseur would tell to people. Rasby says the beard looked epic. Fair enough. Some people really liked it. You look like an old baby with a clean shave. Yes, Babby. Understood. Understood. Oh, sorry. That's not as funny as I think it is. But maybe you haven't gotten used to it yet. I mean, definitely. It's been over a month since I last saw you. Yeah, I also want to apologize. I carried on like it was normal conversation, but clearly it's been over a month, Mr. Rasby. How have you been over this past month? I trust your life is not more than you can handle currently. We haven't seen each other in yeah, I'll say about a month, at least a month. And then you go on to say a lot's changed in the meantime, at least in terms of who you watch. It's very surreal to go from the most joke-like people to the most serious. Yeah, I can imagine that I myself or other folks are quite the change in social temperature for you. I take it just based on the flood of sarcasm and joking early on that's kind of who you've been watching a lot of lately is people who are sarcastic. Remember that seal dude? Yes, Mr. Sizzling Seal. Of course I remember him. He's been streaming a lot. I just wish I could actually attend and it wasn't at 2 in the morning for me. But why? What's up? Been watching a lot of him, Mr. Rasby? And while you're replying to that, Yiga Clan Notebook. Important notice. After the disaster in Hyrule Field, our bases face yet another threat. You must watch out for a large, one-eyed, four-legged animal. Oh, that narrows things down. These terrifying beasts are ravenous and ready to swallow anything and everything in their vicinity. The sight of moving, glowing ore will alert you to its presence. Oh, they're talking about Froxes. But do not be drawn in by its resemblance to Zonite. These ores that grow from its body are both a lure and a weak point. If seen, try to remain calm and focus your attacks. Be alert and know the warning signs. Glory to Master Koga. Let's see. Mr. Rasby says, well, I got hooked on his stream. Awesome. Mr. Sizzling Seal's a good dude. At least I'd like to think so. Went through like many streamers because you went through a bit of a rabbit hole. If and you don't mind, because I really only know Mr. Seal himself. What's the community like? You know, obviously I'm not expecting like a gross amount of detail. I'm just curious. You said you went through a rabbit hole, so I want to know what that hole was like. Mr. Jason says, I wish there was an online Bell to Pokey calculator. Well, I mean, it's not super difficult if you've got a calculator. You said that it's 300 Pokey every 100 bells, right? Let me double check what you said. Around 300 bells for 100 Pokey. So if you're wanting to convert Pokey to bells, you multiply by 3. If you're wanting to convert the other way around, you divide by 3. Rasby. Oh, you expect a super high amount of detail? All right, let me write. I look forward to the essay on my desk by next week. Okay, where... I put down a... Where is our lovely friend, the bike? Did we lose it? I think we might have lost it somewhere along the way. It would have been right here. ish. Yeah, we definitely lost it. 3 to 5 business days. Yes, I also expect you to, you know, go through a super high reference, like a super high, high count of Grammarly pass-throughs, so that, it sounds super professional and is free of any sorts of power language that a human being might write. I'm joking. I'm joking. I promise. Whatever you feel up to talking about with that community is totally fine by me. Mr. Jason says, if Raspy was staff at the TCC, you could literally say that, Mr. Coin. Directors can ask for things to be on their desk. I sure can. As I can ask of directors. Yeah. You know, even though I've been in the TCC a little bit, I'm still not fully used to things. I mean, I'm generally used to how things work, but just having it's like stepping into a whole different world. Mr. Resby says we can pretend I'm a TCC mercenary, maybe. And then you go on to say the stream is lagging for you. I don't think I can do anything, but let me close a few programs. Maybe kind of speed some stuff up. Okay, yeah, let me just save a project that I was working on in DaVinci Resolve. Okay. I've closed down anything that was unnecessary. I don't think it'll do anything for you, but if it does, let me know. Hopefully the lag will pass in a moment. So I don't want to spend too much time in the underground. We've spent like 20 minutes already. And I really was not attempting to spend even quite that long, but we got to chit-chatting, as is bog standard for my stream. It like it wouldn't be a coin stamp stream unless I started getting off task really quick. Now I don't want to pop through this, because I think if I mean, I'll lose my hover bike again if I do that, but I want to show you guys where this is. I mean, we could go through and do like the test, but for those that have played this game, you should sort of know where this is. Mr. Raspy says, all right, so I describe you as someone who initially looks pretty uptight and strict, but you're actually very kind and nice. This must be the start of describing the other community. Okay. I'm paying attention. So if you guys notice, this is, inside, Robbie's little tower. This is where this brings us out to. Oh. I lost it anyway. You know what? We might as... this was entirely too much distance, and I really should have just known. Should have just known that that would be a problem. Raspy says, the community I was in, a lot of people you would initially describe as looking very kind and nice, but are actually some of the most dismissive pieces of shit I've ever talked to. Really? That's unfortunate. I mean, I did sneak past you, but whatever. Did I need to go in a different direction? Did I need to, like, adjust where I was? Did I need to go through the center? This is hilarious. At least to me it is. I mean, you're telling it to me, so it's the truth. That really stinks. I'm sorry that you got roped in or delved into a community of people who were less than kind than and thoughtful. That really sucks. I know what that's like. Figuring out that people are not who they show themselves to be is it's one of those things that really jades you. It has the potential to jade you, especially if you're in real life or we're discussing, actual real life groups. There were a lot of like small friend groups I had growing up in the deep south of the US where, true Southern hospitality, everyone's nice and kind, but or at least they act nice, but when you dig down and find some of the beliefs they hold dear, it's like you found the dark black spot on pretty white porcelain, and that spot keeps growing. Sorry, kept having connection issues. I don't have any dropped frames. I wonder what's going on then. Only now you can hear. Okay, like I was saying earlier, and I'll just kind of truncate that. I'm sorry that the community that's adjacent to Mr. Sizzling Seal was less than nice to you, or were like very callous and dismissive. That must have really sucked to find out. Mr. Jason says, what does Rasby even mean by mercenaries? I'm all for joking, but not when you're discussing the TCC. I'm probably going to let Rasby field that one, more than anything. Rasby was like, okay, you were watching them for months and was timed out unfairly from a misunderstanding, and you weren't given a proper follow-up. So you talked to the leader of the surrounding communities, and he was such a freaking asshole. You have no words. So not Mr. Seal himself, the leader. Okay, I'm just making sure I parse this all correctly and I don't mix and match, like mix and match sentences here. That's really bad in communication. Well, serious community has its own other issues. Too true. That's why having a good balance is important. Where that balance is might skew depending on culture and stuff, but having a balance of seriousness versus not being serious is important. Just not being serious or not being serious gives no one a real free license to be an asshole. Okay? It's really not that hard. All of us here get that, but I'm just reiterating for people listening over the comms, over the radio, if they have me in their background, wherever. PSA, just because you're serious doesn't mean you get to be an asshole. Just because you're playing around and being nice also doesn't mean you get to be an asshole. It's bad. Don't do that. Mr. Jason says, at least in the TCC, no one is going to be dismissive of anyone, especially not staff to any of our clients. Anyone doing so wouldn't get off lightly. Fair. Okay, I got to make sure I'm paying attention. You say both have their place to me, Rasby goes on to say. Fair enough. Seal himself is nice, however. Yeah, that's kind of what threw me for a loop at first, and then, as the conversation unfolded and I started absorbing more, I realized we're talking about the community that's next to him, not him himself. Mr. Solus, if you ever see his name. Good. That is going on the streamer blacklist. let's see. Mercenary, as in we can pretend I'm part of the TCC when you're not. Ah, gotcha. Well, the downside to a serious community to me isn't that some people are assholes. It's more that it can be quite a lot more boring in comparison or harder to chill at, which again, it's a trade-off I like taking. Fair. I can jive amongst most. I could chill with most people until people start being rude or inhuman pieces of garbage. Mr. Raspy says, I wouldn't blacklist him until you actually talk to him. Maybe it's just me. I feel like it's unfair otherwise. Fair enough. But he is on my watch list. Like, I'm gonna be cautioning myself in my dealings with him. Assuming I ever have any. Giga Blade Master. Link! Thought you could sneak past us, did you? I mean, I did. Come out front and let's settle this. No. I wonder that if I go through the very... If I go through the very center... I don't think so. Oh. Oh. Get up. Okay. I wonder if going through the center would give us the teleport for that. I'm not really sure quite yet. What do we want to do here? I guess freeze him solid. And maybe this one. I don't think so. That's enough. Okay. Well, that was, you know, a right waste of time. Let's go to the next one. The less time I have to spend in the depths, the better off I'll be. Mr. Raspy says, bringing serious topics all the time can be pretty draining sometimes. That's why finding a good balance of these things is important. I'll say it again, not mostly for folks listening. I like to keep things real around here. I don't mind doing my best to bring people sunshine and happiness. I want to do that, but I don't want to do that at the expense of burying people's heads in the sand. If there is an important issue that merits discussing, it should be discussed. Burying one's head in the sand, either for comedy or to avoid mental stress, does have its consequences. That's why all things should be done in moderation and in balance, to the best of one's ability. Because then the trade-offs of doing things repeatedly too many times is kept at a bare minimum. Let's see. But it's really nice. Imagine the place I was at, the very other far end. It was bringing no serious. It wasn't serious almost at all. Long texts are rare, but you have to say people aren't actively assholes. It's more at times they don't get how they appear to others around them. So it's like they're oblivious to I want to say oblivious, but they're not always self-aware. That might be a better, more polite way of phrasing that. That kind of stinks. Mr. Raspy goes on to say, yeah, that's a very good way to put it. The standard there is for people to put their hands in the sand. Not always, but that was the trend. Yep, I've warned my friends. You know, you can only do that so many times. You know, ignore it. Ignore the world at your peril. Um, Content creators are like another group that routinely do this. Where it's like, well, frick. Okay, well, they're down. They're dead. I do want the money, though. Well, I definitely want that. I wonder what kind of blueprint we're gonna get out of this. I hope it's something good. Mr. Raspy goes on to say, I think talking about no serious topics for many weeks sometimes can be very regulating. It just sucks when you have an issue and nobody really cares about you and doesn't know how to handle conflict. Right, yeah, exactly. I totally get that. Or another thing is people are aware of the issue but aren't bothering to ask the what comes next question. I'll take the Charlie Kirk and Melissa Hortman assassinations as an example of this, where everybody is kind of in their own emotional echo chamber and are like, it sucks these people died, the other side hates us, we should be gearing up for civil war, blah blah blah. But no one's stopping to ask the question of, are people setting us up to be outraged about political political murders? Are people squaring us up to be upset so that something else that's also equally important flies under the radar in the meantime? Are there other agendas that benefit from the ensuing chaos that political murder takes on, or that political murder allows for, excuse me. Of course, to bring this back to a bit more of a bit more of the generalities, it doesn't have to be political murder. It doesn't have to just be political murder. It can be a manufactured food shortage. It can be, severe weather. It can be, something that totally didn't have an agenda behind it. But, as Hillary Clinton would say, you don't let a good accident go to waste. Never. She's not the only one to say it, but she was one of the ones that was most purported for having said it. And she did so a lot. I talked a little bit with Tom about that stuff, and that's kind of my mind is, at least with recent events, it's always what's under the surface, what's happening next. And if you try to tell people about the what comes next question and not enough time has passed, we end up, by the time I even explain why I'm asking or why I'm positing what comes next, quote unquote, I've already hit that person's mental bandwidth with just the, well, what comes next? Because they're not thinking about that. They're thinking about the event itself. And it's all by design. That's the worst part. You've been thinking, Mr. Coin, considering the ticket that Mr. Raspy made a little while ago. Without fully finishing that, that's up to Mr. Raspy, and you may or may not want to do that on a public forum like a chat room, you may want to, you know, direct message each other instead. But that's just me. Do what you two want. And then this was a response or a reply to Mr. Jason's question about like corporate stuff. Gotcha. Okay, so we got a headlight raft. I've noticed the Yiga really like building boats. Building rafts, like, a lot. There was a reply above that. Oh, and meetings. That was to the current talk. Okay, I need to read this whole chain again and make sure I've actually read it all over. Yeah, okay, here we go. Raspy says, I think people do notice these inconsistencies, but either don't know how to emotionally process them, or it would crumble their foundation. I found it. But thank you for wanting or being ready to assist with that, Mr. Raspy. No, I do in fact agree with that. I guess that's kind of what I'm saying, but in different words, is that I've hit the mental bandwidth. Heck, my dad and I have conversations about this type of stuff all the time, and I've gotten him to say, you know, hey, buddy, you're hitting my mental bandwidth with this. Could you maybe not until later? Doesn't mean I don't want to listen, just I need time to, like, clear my head sufficiently before we can continue. And a lot of times that mental bandwidth is hit with current events, geopolitics, and so on. You know, the kind of stuff we're talking about right now. Yiga Clan Notebook. We've completed our investigation of this region. At first, it seems like the caverns extend indefinitely. When traveling to the most remote locations, however, walls appear. It appears as though there are limits to the depths, after all. Every area we understand brings us closer to realizing Master Koga's great and glorious ambition. Glory to Master Koga. Yay for a non-sentence. You know what they just said? I believe they basically said, guess what? The depth, the map of the depth, it's as big as the surface, and not any more than that. Even though, actually, ironically, this layer would extend all around the globe, but don't think too hard in Hylia Magic Land. Just don't. Trust me, you'll feel a lot better if you just accept the magic and let it happen. Mr. Raspy says, I think we are broadly on the same page. I think so too. But there are some specifics that are different, or like the general approach is different. Yeah, I would definitely say so. And also, you know, having unmanaged ADD certainly does make trying to hold a conversation on stuff like this, and I'm speaking about myself here, it does make that worse. Because as much as I try to keep all of that stuff straight and not go off on tangents or say something that's unrelated or skip a train of thought somewhere, unless I write it down, my brain is going to do that. I do definitely talk faster than I think. I mean, I know everyone does that, but I feel like I do it to an nth degree more than some other folks do. But one problem at a time, more than anything else. Wow, you know, I didn't think we would spend an hour, and I think, in truth, if I had locked in a little bit, we definitely would not have spent an hour in the depths, but leave it to me to totally find a way to spend an hour in the depths. Raspy says, yeah, I mean, you don't have to perfectly manage what I'd find most reasonable, especially since I definitely have some flaws in my approach, and having different approaches covers more stuff. Exactly. Exactly. I think the discrepancy in our approaches is fine. If it weren't, you would say something. Level 2 construct. Nice. Let's just rip that off. And this one. The construct here isn't like too hard. I don't really feel like I have to quite lock in like I do with the level 3 construct, but oh, I think I hit a weakness. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I think these things are weak to lightning. Where is it? Where is it? Goodbye. This game actually managed to find a way to make me want to carry an electric weapon, because before, and this is just kind of like a general thing with this particular iteration of Zelda games, typically there weren't enemies that had weaknesses to electric attacks before, or they were very situational at best. Now it's nice to have just a whole train of enemies. I'm willing to guess that a lot of the Zonai enemies are probably weak to electricity. Definitely worth field testing later. It's nice to see that electricity does have something it properly affects and works on, and it's not just like a crowd control element or whatever. Let me go back and catch up on comments here. Raspy says, yeah, and I also have a lot lower expectations for what you found out after the Soulless conflict. I realize that I'm not looking out for a whole lot, and well, you fulfill the expectation hundreds of miles away from the edge where it be unsatisfactory. That is a really long, flattering paragraph. I appreciate that. I try to do unto others, you know, as I would want them to do to me. You know, I treat other people the way I want to be I myself would want to be treated. And it's not easy. It's not perfect. I make mistakes. And sometimes I do mistreat people, and I don't always see that. I can be abrasive. I can forget to think about this or that. I'm not perfect. But I do appreciate when other people, you know, tell me where I'm getting it right. Because most people don't do that. I'm always left second guessing. And I wonder if maybe that's like a hallmark of what makes people nice, or, you know, actually being nice and polite in society is, you know, other than what you've been classically trained or conditioned to do. You know, if you're not sure how people are going to behave, you're going to be perhaps maybe a little bit more likely to be polite about things. But that's just me. Mr. Jason says, I'm pretty much just discussing casually at the moment. After all, Mr. Coin, I was just considering equaling out your board. You have of course. You see, you did tell me you were looking for more European directors. You did say that. Yeah, I'm going to say this in like the nicest terms possible. To Mr. Jason and Mr. Rasby, I do think this should be moved to a Twitch Whisper. And that's not me saying, you know, I want to be sure I'm very, very clear about this. It's not even about what I do or don't want. I just think this type of conversation, you know, when it comes to like the TCC, should be as visible to as few parties as possible. And I know if this were being discussed about me, like if I were just a random viewer in a chat room, I wouldn't want to be, I wouldn't want to have this type of public discussion. Oh, hold on. I feel like something didn't fire properly. Yes, something definitely didn't fire properly. We're going to have to fix that. There we go. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. So definitely make that 3 minutes. And I'll read all these comments after I'm done doing the seg I need to do. I want to thank everyone for hanging out with me so far today. You know, the first hour has kind of been heavy, and I definitely spent more time in the depths than I wanted to. But, you know, that's par for the course here on the channel, more than anything. If you guys like this content or like the community and want to keep up with it, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube or both. That really helps the channel out bunches. Please also consider joining the Discord, which I will put in the chat now. It is a community I'm looking to grow one heart and mind at a time. It's not easy, but I do my best to cultivate it. We do take commercial breaks here. They are about 3 minutes long. There will be a timer in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. When that timer hits 0, I will have returned to my desk, and we can pick up where we left off. And the commercial break will be over before you know it. Otherwise, I highly recommend you guys get up, stretch, grab a snack, take a break in whatever way you please for those 3 minutes. Because if there's one thing I'm going to be damn sure that I do on my own channel, it's not induce FOMO. And, you know, not do... I do not want to treat my channel like a television station, which is what Twitch is like. Faster and faster. I'm sorry. I'm getting tongue-tied and twisted here. It's eking its way toward that at an accelerating pace. I don't like it. I don't want to run my channel that way. So I structure things like this to have some control over it. That said, I've probably got about 30 to 45 seconds, so enough time to read some statements here, and we'll go from there. Yeah, like I was saying, that's mostly just a you guys should probably move to direct messages for that, but I've reiterated that 3 times. And with that, I'll see you guys after the commercial break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I'm back. I had to take care of a few logistical things. Also, Mother Nature, as always, never lets me off easy. Welcome back, Mr. Coin. Thank you, Mr. Jason. So, I did dig into the tunnel here, but I specifically opted not to do a fight here because I wanted to show this to you, to everyone. Under here is the Akala House of Bones, and there's a treasure chest here. Do you know what we've got to do? We got to defeat all these enemies, which really shouldn't be that hard. You know, you just gotta take your time more than anything else. I'm gonna focus on this for a second. I should probably put up the overlay while this is happening, and then I have a bit of bookkeeping. The calendar already reflects this, but I wanted to make sure I said that. I say what I'm about to say, you know, verbally as well. But more on that after this battle. Do we have a spear? Oh, I actually don't have a single spear whatsoever. Yikes. Come on, Tulin, I needed you to switch targets. Oh well. Could be worse. Okay, so I wonder what they were guarding. Let's find out, shall we? Oh, and also, does this... Hold on. Oh, this is what that hole leads to. Okay, so if we had delved in to this, we would have immediately landed. Hello. We would have immediately landed, and had to deal with this. Good thing we found the actual path out first. Bigoron Sword, a legendary greatsword forged by a Goron craftsman for a hero who traveled through time. The exceptionally sharp cutting edge is a testament to the craftsman's mastery. Nice. It's got a pretty nice cutting edge. This has to have been like an amiibo reference. I don't know what, but I'm quite sure that's what this is. Pretty neat looking sword. It's nice to see it realized in, 3D. You can even see it a bit better, here in the model viewer. I'm kind of giving a rotation here. The Goron symbol is on the front and the back. Kind of looks like a Xenoblade weapon if you just slap a gemstone in the hilt where the symbol is. You would totally have a Xenoblade weapon. Specifically, Xenoblade 1 and 2. Those weapons have a crystal in there. Please tell me our bike is around here somewhere. I didn't even go that far. I know I dragged it in here pretty close. I guess let's see if I left it out there. No, I know I remember moving it. That means it disappeared during the fight somewhere. That really stinks. Oh well. Now that that is basically more or less finished, I'll kind of go ahead and, you know, run over here, where the last thing I want to show off is. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their commercial break, by the way. I think I forgot to say that. So, I know we only just reunited with each other not but that many days ago, but on the 24th of this month, so that's on Wednesday, I will be off to a longer client job, and I will not even be able to stream that day. I'll need to be over at the client location by about 6:30 in the morning, approximately. From there, I'll probably get back sometime Sunday. Probably it's usually Sunday afternoon or Sunday evening when I know the clients are going on a long trip like this. That's usually what there is, what that is, how it works. Okay, this one's maintaining the seal. Okay, I might be able to move it around. Okay. I can't actually do that, but I think I can't even really stop it. I guess we need to get an explosive materia ready. I wish I could, like, short-circuit that somehow. There. Got him. I felt like Odysseus during the film where he, like, strings up the bow right there. Or he has to, like, he takes like 5 minutes to thread the bow and then shoot an arrow through 5 hoops. That's what that shot felt like to me. Are we getting a schematic here? We are. Welcome back, Mr. Raspy. I trust the commercial break went smoothly for you. An assault cart. Wow. Haven't heard the responses. Sorry, you weren't there. No problem. There wasn't really responses in the first place. Okay, so I've marked everything I wanted to check out. I'm pretty sure that's everything. There is this over here, which I guess we could probably check out, but isn't that... That's like right under Terrytown? Yeah, why don't we go... Let's check... Let's be thorough. Let's check that. I'm pretty sure that's the Terry mine. And then we'll be able to ascend into Terrytown from there, and we can go back to Pikida afterwards. I know, we've spent over 90 minutes in the depths, but it's all worth it. Terry Toronto, the movie producer. Yep, it's his town. I don't know who... I am not very familiar with Terry Toronto. Do you happen to know any of his works by chance? Might have a better grasp on what kind of director he was if I did know. I could probably look it up during break. Oh, hell yeah, you really like them? Awesome. Film could be an interesting discussion for a little bit. Anything to get off poli-sci or geopolitical stuff. I'd show you a video to watch, but I know with your setup it's more iffy. It's definitely very iffy. I'll still take a link though, because I can always watch it later, or during break, right? I can find the time to look at something. I just can't do it on stream unless I quite literally swap the capture card cables to the computer, and then, oh, I forgot to put bright bloom seeds on the last hover bike. That's what happened. It's a whole rigmarole. I could technically display videos on stream, but it takes me 5 minutes to do that, and then 5 minutes to put things back the way they were. Otherwise, the bandwidth gets kind of crunchy. Where was this? Oh, do I really not have like a generic mallet? I guess I don't. All right. Time to start using a flux core pounder. How many weapons do we actually have? I need to find a regular old mining mallet. Okay, we need to fly it kind of nice and straight. Didn't we... Hold on. No, technically we didn't come here whatsoever. I'm trying to think back to the Master Koga quest. Oh, did it break? It broke. It broke halfway. It actually did do that. Alright. That's fine. This is the last thing we're wanting to demonstrate anyway. I might have a solution. So basically, if you try to show the browser on YouTube, it lags out a lot. Yes, because I have an internet screen open, is what it is. Do you mind explaining the setup? I sure can. So I'll start with how I'm displaying the game, and I'll kind of move to the computer. So my gaming monitor is a G-Sync monitor that has HDMI like attachments. That's how I get the display. I hook that up to either, I'm trying to make sure I explain it correctly. No, I have to start over. Hang on. Let me try to get you the relevant part, because ultimately it doesn't matter how the monitor is attached. That's not really the issue. So I already run a lot of programs at once. In order to stream, I run Social Stream Ninja. I run the little desktop app. I've got communications running between OBS and Firebot, as well as OBS and streamer.bot. Like, they're constantly sending, IP information back and forth. It's using a lot of like back passing and signals in order to communicate information. It's how I get the setups the way I want them. And then I am streaming to both YouTube and Twitch. So I'm already using up a lot of bandwidth just to stream to 2 platforms at once. I could perhaps stream through Restream instead, but you have to pay them to do that. You got to pay them in order to stream to 2 platforms. And Restream gets like tends to get blocked by platforms sometimes. If I recall correctly, to 2 platforms, it's free. Yes, but I believe you have to use there was something either in the hardware or software requirements that made it really detrimental to the setup I have right now. I'd have to go back and look at it. And look at what streamer, or not streamer.bot, but restream.io. I have to look at those requirements again. It's been years. What's your Mbps download upload? I want to say the download speed is 600. It's either 300 or 600 megabytes per second, and upload speed I believe is 30. It's like 30, 35. It's pretty good. The real problem, or one of the real problems I actually have, is despite how good the internet I have is, and I'm extremely grateful I even have it in the first place. You think there's some CPU overload? I could probably open the task manager. Let's see. So I'm running at... No, not right now. If you try to show a video. Oh, okay. I still need task manager up to do that. All right. Whenever you're ready, voice the link and I'll put it in a browser source or something. And while you're doing that, I can poke my nose around in here. Huh. That's weird. Why is there a tunnel here? And what's back there? One thing at a time, Coin. Let's unlock this steward construct, and then I'll put that on the browser source. Welcome. This was once a busy refinery where a great deal of zonite was processed. My task here is to manage designs for mining equipment. Please hold one moment. I have confirmed that there is a schema stone that you do not yet have. I thought we had bumped into the schema already. I guess not. Allow me to rectify that. Da 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 da. What blueprint are we gonna get? Da 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 da. Okay, that wasn't perfect, but I didn't think it was that bad. It was one of the classic Zelda chimes. The new design has been registered. The instant cannon? Oh, I gotta see this. I will also prepare the parts required to test it via auto build. Yes, please. I'm gonna do a quick test on the instant cannon, and then I will definitely see what we'll attempt to put something on browser. I hope that the schema stone I have provided is useful to you. I'm sure it will be. I'm really curious. Oh, but it's built on a stake, so we technically have to do this. This is technically a way to mine, but it's probably very resource intensive, and I'm not sure I want to be blowing up gemstones in the process of trying to mine. This is very good for knocking out sediment pretty quickly, though. And what's even at the end of this? This has got to be something big. Never mind. It's just crystallized charge. That's still not a bad invention to have on hand, though. Okay. Let me see if I can't... If you try to show video, was to paste the link in a browser source. Right, okay. You're curious in general if you could fix this for me, and a lot less about the video in specific. Okay. Give me a couple of seconds. I gotta hide my face for a minute while I put that stuff in. Well, I may not necessarily need to do that, but I'm going to have to shift some stuff over. Un momento, per favore. There. I don't know how well... I'm probably quite out of focus on the microphone. You guys will have to let me know how quiet I am. Okay, so let me just copy this. And I have to make a new browser source, so I guess that would be... There's no audio for the stream. Yeah, that's probably to be expected. Let me see if I can't fix that. The issue is that I have to like modulate the audio of this thing. It was pretty loud. We'll kind of go from there. Oh wait, I'll give you the embedded URL. Sure. Source visible. Control audio via OBS. No worries, Mr. Rasby. I mean, I don't know until I try, right? That's kind of like the big thing is I don't know until I try. And, you know, this may actually enable some things in the future for me, especially when it comes to like React content later, or other things of that sort. So this is worthwhile. It just might, it won't make for an especially titillating, episode of Tears of the Kingdom to watch. That's all.
Daniel, I would like to introduce you to Terry Toronto. He's an executive at Disney Channel.
Good day, Mr. Tarantino.
Okay. He asked if I had any students who might be interested in writing a theme song for his new...
Okay. This. We'll buy audio. Cache. I want to make sure I've got the audio set up correctly. I know more or less how to do it. I just got to fiddle with settings to make it work. If only there was a way to, we can hear it. Oh, you...
He's an executive at Disney Channel.
Good day, Mr. Tarantino.
Okay. He asked if I had any students who might be interested in writing a theme song for his new show, and everyone else is home for the holidays, so here we are.
And a good mazel tov to you.
The show is about a dog who's best friends with a rock. Do you maybe have something for that?
Yeah, I got a couple ideas. How about like a sea shanty?
Ooh. Do you have lyrics?
Dog and rock.
It kind of sounds like the Pokemon theme. It is the Pokemon theme.
No big deal, Mr. Tornado.
Toronto.
How about we do like a Spanish guitar lullaby situation? Like,
That one's kind of nice. Yeah, it is kind of
Trying to get the volume to a reasonable amount for me as well.
I meant to play this one as a sea shanty. Go ahead. Is he serious? I don't know. Is he? Yeah, it's a
So
great theme song, buddy. It just happens to be a little
I'm gonna
too
go ahead and squelch
reminiscent
this.
of our main competitor on Nick.
So I did watch during. I did watch the task manager during that. It seemed fine. I just have to like do some stuff with it later, in order to like skin it properly and maybe even figure out a way to like, if someone gives me a link and I put it in somewhere on, say, Firebot, it'll like automatically pop up with the source. That way I don't have to do 15 or 20 minutes worth of fiddling around just to show what I presume was like a 40 or 50% of the video, maybe not even quite that amount. But thank you for all the testing and stuff. Raspy says it could be a tiny bit quieter, but otherwise pretty good. Mr. Jason says I'm fine with that. We could just watch paint dry while chilling with Mr. Quinn, and you would be fine. I do appreciate that. Also, let me tilt this over the correct way and bring this up a bit. But I don't think other people are quite so comfortable with that. Plus, I now have to go and squelch out that part of the VOD later. Yeah, also find a way to pause it. Is it not paused? Can you still hear it? Oh, I guess even though I've winked it out right, no access. No, that's not really what it is. Shut down source when not visible. Okay. But that was Terry Toronto. Is the audio still coming through, or has that stopped? But that was Terry Toronto. Kind of reminds me a bit of Bob Burnham a little bit, or Bo Burnham. Is it? Oh, I'm gonna have to Google the name, aren't I? He's very much got like the same, like similar mannerisms, similar likenesses. Not the same witticism, but or anything, but we don't hear it. But how do you pause it while it's going? I can't. Oh, you're asking me if I can pause it? Oh, let's see. Yeah, there's no way for me to do that. Not through like a browser source. So I would have to like, how do I word this? The audio was never coming through when the source wasn't on the screen. Okay, so that's good to know. That's definitely good to know. Sorry, was a bit behind because your browser was lagging like hell for some reason. Even right now, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Might be a network thing. I can like refresh the cache repeatedly, but I can't actually pause it. That might be like an OBS limitation, or maybe there's like some kind of browser source extension for like pausing YouTube videos and such. Okay, for now, I'm going to remove this test source window. We no longer need that. Mr. Rasby says it's not your end. You kind of know what's going on. Oh, do tell. The V8 JavaScript engine got bottlenecked by having a lot of tabs. No doubt. However, splitting the tabs as different windows kind of increases the limit. There we go. I couldn't hear the swings for some reason. I had to fix that. You know this because when you open the DD1 narrator quotes, it effing crashes the tab always, but it never crashes if it's its own window. Yeah, my setup is, you know, as sophisticated as it sounds, it's really just a case of it's like a Rube Goldberg machine. It's delicate in the sense that adjusting any one thing could cause a cascade of other things to happen in which I would be unable to fully control it. So I try not to adjust things too much. It's why stuff is on hotkeys, or if I can get it to be somewhat automated, I do that, because then I don't have to adjust it. I don't have the chance to muck it up or anything like that. There's also definitely the whole, I'm not all that literate with technology. I know the basics, but stuff like this can be a tad bit up above my pay grade. Good lord. Why? Yep. Let's see. I think we could probably get some large charges while we're here. We've been burning through them anyway. So, I guess to get back to actually addressing your statement, right, Mr. Rasby? Because I want to make sure I'm not talking past it. Essentially what it comes down to is like the number of programs I'm running that cause scripts to be running, right? So like communication between stream elements and OBS is an instance of two programs using some small amount of bandwidth to communicate with each other. It's hard to communicate on it without a basis. If we ever get on call, I'll explain. Sure. If that ever comes up, I'll take the explanation then. Okay. I was my brain is jelly. My brain is literal jelly. Oh, I guess we should probably check the tower. There may or may not be a treasure up there. Rasby says if a web page crashes, try to split the tab off the other tabs and have it as like a separate desktop window, like a separate program in the taskbar. Okay. Worth a try next time. I will also say, I do use a Chromium browser, specifically Brave, and I know that YouTube has been really fighting the built-in the browsers with built-in ad blockers in them. Plus, I know some Chromium browser quirks. One quirk of a Chromium browser is that it really likes to use up a lot of RAM per tab. So if I have multiple tabs open, my RAM can be gone, or I should say like my disk or memory can be gone in just a couple of tabs. And this is on the streaming computer. Gaming computer, different story. Really? Okay. I didn't think there'd be anything at the smokestack. Or the suit stack. I just wanted to look. Okay. Why don't we, skedaddle and get on back to, Pikida, shall we? We've got a lot of things to do and not necessarily a whole bunch of time to do it all. Rasby says, fun fact, the RAM is very high for security reasons? No doubt. It's because every tab is completely sandboxed and it's a different PC process. What does sandboxing a tab mean? I fear I'm asking a stupid question, but I do not know what that means. Okay, let me see. What can I do at least have to wear one cold item, and then this is probably fine. Let's do some gliding. I mean, you don't have a basis, so there's no stupid question. I appreciate that. I'm just not familiar with what sandboxing a tab means. When a program is sandboxed, it means it's running in a separate space, running like in a kind of a virtual machine sort of place. So, so the program or the tab is instant, like an isolated environment. Yeah, exactly. I had to think of a minute of some word I could use that would get my understanding across. But yeah, it's instanced. It's running in its own environment. MMO jargon, I know, but that's what makes sense to me, is that it's running in its own instance of sorts. Okay. So then, imagining if every tab did that on a browser, and especially in a Chromium one, you can burn through a lot of RAM really fast. The ideal is to have a separate instance with a whole bunch of things in it, rather than every tab in its own instance, consuming untold amounts of RAM, I'm sure. Maybe I've got the application wrong. Instance is the technical word for it too. Very well. I'm glad at least I got that right. Sandboxing doesn't inherently increase RAM usage by itself. It causes RAM usage because every tab runs its own instance of the V8 engine. Okay. So just more things are using the same engine. Sandboxing is just the method in which tabs are being run. Okay, yeah, that's making sense. So this comes down to a RAM problem, is what I'm understanding. One of the reasons for high RAM usage is because of the V8 engine running many times, once per tab. I think I recall the words V8 engine in an article I read about this a year and a half ago. It's why I had the policy about, I'll check out the like video later or what have you, because I was doing my reading about this then for the channels and such, because people sent me more stuff to look at back then. Not just you, but other people as well. And I had tried looking into at least seeing why things happened the way they were, but it mostly just came down to any Chromium browser is going to have issues with RAM usage on multiple tabs. Google Chrome is the worst, but anything built off the Chromium engine is susceptible to this little feature, unfortunately. That would be basically anything other than Firefox. Even Edge has this susceptibility now. It just has like a weaker version of it. Raspy said this is because an attacker using exploits needs some of the most destructive exploits to be able to propagate from tab to tab. Such exploits are near impossible, super expensive, and used exclusively for very high value targets. When you say attacker, are we talking like hackers, or are we talking like other stuff? Just want to make sure I got the parlance right. Your story is really something. Mind going through it again, just to make sure I got all the details right? Sure, no problem. You've been taking care of a very rare animal for Princess Zelda, a golden horse. But the poor thing ran away from our stable. Okay, hacker. Gotcha. Makes sense, Mr. Raspy. The only thing I could say recently that may or may not have adjusted the calculus for this, is I know YouTube has recently done some things on their back end to make it so anyone with a browser with a built-in ad block, or anyone using a VPN isn't actually counting for view data purposes. Like, ad revenue is the same, but like view count and algorithmics have taken heavy hits since YouTube's full-on war with ad blockers. Like, that data is just straight up not being sent to HQ for metrics. It's caused quite the scene. I fear that... Well, no, there's a bit more. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what this is, and I want to make sure I get the words right. There's been a theory going around that YouTube has been... How do I word this gently? There are some people that are saying that they have gotten their RAM usage specifically spiked when looking at YouTube through a ad block program or through a browser with an ad block on it. I'd have to go pull up the Reddit pages, and I'm sure some of it could be doctored, but I think that was another thing I've heard going around is if you're viewing YouTube through some sort of ad block program, they have allegedly been spiking the RAM usage. Some people have been posting their task manager snips just to confirm it, like once while viewing it normally, and then another while viewing YouTube through ad block. I'll see if I can't find like a snippet or something to put on the screen during break. Mr. Raspy says, I'm aware of that. Yeah, I figured as much. I was mostly making sure I connected my ideas properly. It wasn't a YouTube change. It was the easy list blocked sites to block the YouTube telemetry. Raspy says, I don't get the view count controversy that much because the income didn't change. The income isn't changing directly, right? Because the ad rev is the same. It's the indirect things that would make new viewers click on videos. And then they would be taken to, Patreon, Coffee, wherever. Or, become a YouTube partner or other stuff. If people are not being directly trafficked to the video, like it's not being shown on the page because of lower metrics, because views aren't even being sent, the telemetry data isn't even being sent to HQ to translate that into the appropriate algorithm tweak, that's going to cause problems. It's going to affect the long-term profitability of various YouTube channels. Everyone from Josh Strife Hayes to Mudahar, the Spiffing Brit, although the Spiffing Brit's kind of been on the other side of this issue. You've got quite a few people going back and forth about this. Raspy says, the RAM usage spike, I'd be skeptical of that. I mean, yeah, people can fake things. It's really not hard. That's why I said it's a theory being floated around. I don't know if it's the truth or not. I can only say this is what people are saying. Take it with a grain of salt. Yeah, especially on Reddit. There really just isn't a single thing you can trust these days. It's so unfortunate. Harlow says, but the poor thing ran away from our stable. Princess Zelda's horse vanishing like that is a pretty big story, but tell me again, why'd that horse run off? That's the troubling part, isn't it? When it happened, I'd finished tending to the horses and was taking a bit of rest in the stable. Then that gentle creature began making terrible sounds, neighing and bucking around so hard, it shook the stable. So you went outside to see what was wrong, didn't you? Yes, exactly. And there she was, Princess Zelda, after all this time. She was right in front of our stable. But then the princess came closer and the golden horse thrashed harder. Then that animal broke free and bolted away like nothing I've ever seen before. I couldn't help staring at that crazed creature. And when I looked back at the princess, she was just gone. It happened so fast. So you lost sight of the horse, and then Princess Zelda vanished on the spot. That's all strange from start to finish. My little sources tipped me off about this, but I have to say, I thought it was going to turn out to be nothing much. Hey, partner, you're here. I should have known it was you there. Just look at you tiptoeing up like this and getting your ear in. You've got the makings of a real reporter. Oh, is this someone else from the newspaper? That's right. New partner. Plenty of gusto, a lot of promise. Mr. Rasby says, and also even if it's a YouTube issue, there's a second leap to say it was intentional. Right. So as far as I understand about the YouTube thing, I know they've been trying to combat, bots and like botted views. Twitch has been doing this too, but it has to do so completely differently because video content versus live content are two different things. And on top of combating bot views and like bots on the YouTube platform, they've also been adjusting their algorithm to, fight ad blockers, people who are watching content through ad block. There's like two separate issues happening at once, which YouTube is adjusting a whole lot of their back end for. That's as much as I reasonably know. Whether or they are intentionally fighting at people who are using ad block, they are intentionally doing things in order to like remove more bots. What I don't know is are all these side effects and like the RAM spiking and other things, are they side effects of attempting to do something serious, or are the ad blocks and combating of bots like a smokescreen so that YouTube can do something else? That's the part I really don't know. Is it intentional? If it isn't, why is this happening? So I want to be very careful. Like, I'm not trying to say YouTube is doing anything. I just don't know if they're like doing anything malicious. But they are at least doing things, and whatever they're doing is sure having a lot of consequences for content creators of all stripes. That's what I'll say, and I'll leave it at that. Mr. Rasby says, I personally use first order and second order logic for this sort of stuff. I'm going to take it. The first order is verifying that something is or isn't happening, and then the second order of logic is for intention, if possible. Would it be all right if he listens in? Now, please tell us anything else you can remember, anything at all. The part that really bothers me is the poor animal acting that way. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I'll read comments, and then I'll sag into the second commercial break. We're definitely a bit behind schedule with the contents of today's stream, so I might adjust our travel itinerary accordingly. Rasby goes on to say, no, that's the depth. Or actually, I'm not sure if that's what you meant. I'm trying to pinpoint what first and second order logic means. Like, if second order is, figuring out intention, I'm wondering if the first order is just verifying if things are actually happening. I'm trying to make sure I understand the parlance of first order and second order, so I'm not confused. Probably should have asked a question more than anything. But, well, speaking of questions and, making sure people aren't confused, today, or this hour, is the time for the major shill. Gotta get that out of the way. I've talked about the free, easy methods to help the channel out and help it grow. And, of course, you guys being here is more than enough. But, if you do feel like being financially generous for any reason, or otherwise just wish to go the extra mile and help me a bit further, I have plenty of I have plenty of opportunities for that, as well as some benefits that people get for doing that. Down underneath the video player or in the description on YouTube, I have a link there. Please feel free to fiddle around with any and all of that. For $1 a month on Patreon or Coffee gets you most of the same benefits as your peers on Twitch. The only thing that is really different between all the different continuous packages is, are you getting emotes or not? If you're buying a subscription on Twitch, you're getting emotes. If you're spending money anywhere else, you aren't getting emotes, and you aren't getting ad reduction either. Whenever ads are being serviced, that is. Outside of that, I'll let you guys, faffo around with all of the little extra contributory bits below. We do take commercial breaks around here. They last for about 3 minutes. I run ads during that time. I definitely encourage everyone to get up and stretch, do whatever you want to during those 3 minutes, because I'm usually away from my desk as well. And, the commercial break will be over before you know it. There will be a nice timer up in the upper left-hand corner. And when that's over, I'm back at my desk, and we can continue with the gaming. I'm going to read this last comment, and then we can keep moving. OBS, this is not the time for malfunctions. First order, Raspy says first order statements are first order logic consists of statements like YouTube has an issue with ad block. Ad block prevents YouTube telemetry. Second order is YouTube has an issue with ad block and it affects viewer count. Ad block blocks YouTube telemetry and it affects view count. So like, one is just saying, first order is saying things as they are. Second order is connecting, is like connecting the first order logic statements. Okay. Raspy then goes on to say a very high order statement is YouTube has an issue with ad block. It affects view count. It affects the click rate on videos and sponsors. This was intentional. The reason for it is because YouTube is evil. A higher order statement has many points of where it's wrong, and any point being wrong automatically breaks the rest of the order. Okay, so it's like how many facts are you attaching to one statement, and the closer you get to, saying things that you can't verify, or the more things that you say that you can't verify, the more, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. See everyone after the break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Let me go ahead and catch up on comments here, and we can pick up where we left off. And I'm gonna have to lock in at some point and pick up the pace if we want to get everything I want to get done today. You know, in on the stream. Nothing on YouTube has changed. Raspy says, note that making more statements that are not chained does not increase the order. So YouTube and Adblock having an issue with tracked views is still first order. Yes, it's how many facts are chained together for a single sentence that changes what kind of order the statement is. As you go on to say in your next statement, which is how many chained facts there are. Or maybe not even facts, right? Because, like, really, I wonder if the order only cares if a claim is being made more than anything. Like, I think the order of a statement would still increase even if all those things are false. It's just that the, you know, once something is false, it's gonna break. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Raspy goes on to say, so if you add the idea of falsibility, or whether the claim is a claim, it adds lots of orders. Makes sense. That's how So I guess another way is that the higher the order of statement, the more complex the statement is. which makes a lot of sense. Recipe says, so I basically never attribute stuff in society to specific intent because it's impossible to know. That's fair. You know, as they say, attribute not to malice what could simply be attributed to ignorance. And because it's kind of useless as well. And, you know, acting on intentions you can't verify leads to misunderstandings later, right? It's kind of like it, you know, misunderstood intentions they're the sorts of things that lead to culture wars of high consequence. Something that I am very familiar with as a United States citizen. That horse truly loved the princess. She rescued it and protected it. She doted on it. But the horse was terrified, and for the life of me, I can't understand why. Princess Zelda's known far and wide for her compassion. I can't imagine her princess being terrifying at all. Hold on. I think I did catch the briefest glimpse of the princess's face. I thought I couldn't have seen that right, but she had such a cold expression. She's been full of warmth when she's been here before. Maybe the princess was furious that I let the horse get away. I really should find the animal and bring it back here for her. But that poor horse galloped north and never looked back. I'd go in search of that steed, but with the huge monster that's flying up around north, it's far too dangerous for me. Oh, you mean the, blizzard or frost gleeok. The best I can do is just keep the horse's home here in the stable nice and clean, just in case it returns. I just hope someone finds that sweet creature and brings it back here safely. Zelda's Golden Horse. Penn's research at Snowfield Stable turned up a story about Princess Zelda's Golden Horse, which has a mane braided with honeycomb plates. It was being kept there, but ran off somewhere to the north. Harlow can't go look for the horse, given that there's a huge monster apparently in the snowfields. Yeah, that's up here. I remember yesterday, or Friday, we flew down through here, and there was a frost gleeok over here. I'm gonna put a mark right there, and we'll kind of figure out where to go. Rasby says, yes, exactly. That razor is what you follow. Makes sense. It's a good razor to follow. There are times where it can be wrong, but... Well, no, it's not that the razor is wrong. Sometimes you do need to attribute things to malice. I had to take a second and think through that again. Yeah, so sometimes people are being malicious, and, you know, the simple explanation of people are assholes really can and does apply to a lot of situations. You then go on to say, billionaires destroyed economy for everyone intentionally and want to keep poor people poor. And the economy is currently destroyed. Many people are poor and in need. One is a weaponized emotional statement that's unverifiable. The second contains the same actionable information. Recipe says, I haven't found a thing that needs to be attributed to malice yet, but it is comforting to subscribe to that. I mean that, in a way, you know, that sentiment puts humans in the best light possible, because you're never assuming that people are being mean for no reason. So then I have to wonder, have you seen the Batman films? And there's a reason I'm asking or positing this random unrelated question. I'm just gonna grab the Korok seeds before we... Really, ma'am? I needed you to, like... Actually, is that a ma'am? No, that's a sir. I really need you to get out of my way, old man. All I want to do is find Korok seeds. if you guys want to follow along as we do grab Korok seeds, by the way, if you guys type in on Twitch, it'll be !TOTK MAP. You will get the object map that I use to help pinpoint all the Korok seeds. And depending on what kind of Korok puzzle is there, it'll even show you where some of those related objects are. I know it does this for, like, targets, or, like, landing platforms or flower trails. It'll do that. It'll show all that stuff. For you guys on YouTube, if you type in *TOTK MAP, you'll get the exact same thing. Really useful. Did we? Hold on. I technically got that one over there. Yeah, I forgot to mark these off as what happened. Okay, I have to double check something. I know, I'm gonna get it off the MIDI synthesizer simulator in a second. Okay. I got it off. I got that one. Okay, Raspy says you need no reason for anyone doing much of anything to act in your best to act in the best of your ability to fight injustice. Too true. And other stuff. And then you go on to say, I haven't seen the Batman films. You only need to know your reason and your values. Okay. So you haven't seen the Batman films, or like any associated media about Batman. Okay. So Batman is a comic book hero. He is a Marvel hero, to be specific. He is he's basically a he is a vigilante justice warrior. I've heard of Batman. It's bad. I mean, it depends on how you look at him, right? I view him as a hero because he, quite frankly, is the only person to effectively deal with the things plaguing Gotham. And he's buffed. He's getting all. He is a lady killer. I will give you that one. Mr. Bruce Wayne is definitely a lady killer for sure. He's very, very. You got no bitches. That's okay. You know, not all of us are destined to have company. I too have not indulged in the fine, intimate company of anyone. And I've accepted that I never will. That doesn't mean there isn't someone out there for me or for you, but I've just accepted that I'm probably not going to be in a position to hold someone like that. Anyway, getting back on task, so the Batman is, like I was saying, he's a vigilante justice hero. He's very, very smart. Of course he's built, but he is famous for being able to take down any of the villains plaguing Gotham with enough prep time. He is as hero could be. One of the villains that, well, actually, I should say a bit more. Batman is also famous for not killing anyone. And some comics play around with this a bit, but in general, he doesn't kill the people he apprehends. He turns them into the police, the Gotham City Police, and they're put into jail or whatever. And then they get out, they do it again, and he has to go out and catch them, put them back in jail, and then the process repeats itself. And the process repeating itself is the subject of many debates online. Some say Batman is the ultimate villain. for this reason or that reason. I just need to like tilt this 90 degrees. There we go. Like this. No, that's still not quite right. I want to figure this out, but I want to finish my train of thought first. So Batman has very strong morals. One of the villains he fights is called the Joker. The Joker was a chemical factory worker, according to the comic. And he was actually the victim of another villain that had, gotten into the chemical factory, and I think they were going to blow it up. I could be misremembering the lore, that particular lore, but in the process of apprehending the villain to save Joker, Joker fell into a vat of acid. And he came out looking very disfigured. Batman thought he died. Turns out Joker never did. That factory worker became the Joker. And the Joker is the antithesis of everything that Batman holds dear. Joker is not an ordered person. He commits evil for the sake of committing evil. He'll murder his own henchmen for a laugh. He is constantly abusive to a woman that he ended up kind of turning evil, and that's Harley Quinn. She was a psychologist who, because he was very capable of manipulating her, she eventually set him free from the asylum. And oh, I need to like tilt this over this way, I think. Dang it, I'm not doing something right, and I don't know what it is. I know, I keep making this story longer, but in short, the Joker he's very famous. The films are very famous. There's a famous depiction of Joker played by Heath Ledger. And Joker has famously said, the only thing fair in this world is chaos. No, that's what Harvey A. Dent said after, Joker talked to him, got into his head. There are just some men that want to watch the world burn, and Joker is one of those people. He just wants to watch the world burn for some sick, cruel joke. And you can't really quite tell if he is operating out of a sense of, I hate Batman and want to do anything to get at Batman because I hate what happened to me after falling into a vat of acid, or he was already that way and falling into the vat of acid was just that made him like lose all grip on reality. You really just don't quite know. Okay, what's the deal with this? It like wants to be. I need to look at this a different way. All right, so this has. Oh, we don't want to fill that hole at all. Rotate 90 degrees to the right. Okay. Oh, right. And it fits in. I see what you're saying. I have to make sure. My brain is definitely not braining this in. it's not like this, because that plugs in the center. If I could just... But the whole backside is plugged in. Wait, no, it worked before. Let's focus on the puzzle first. I agree. I'm finding it very difficult to, like, think and do this. So, at some point, I just have to do this. Okay. Oh, I think I got it. Yep, got it. As soon as I focused, I got it. Classic. Oh, now is that the one? No, that wasn't even one I marked, I think. Or one I intended to do. That's fine. Okay, and there's this other one that I definitely should have marked already. And then our next... Wait. Really? I swore I marked these up yesterday. It's like, okay. I guess I just mismarked 2 of them. Great. Okay, so let me get back to the question. So, your worldview, which is don't attribute to, like, following that razor, don't attribute to malice what could be attributed to ignorance. With a man like Joker, with someone like Joker in the real world, how hard or how easily would you be able to pop off and say, yeah, that person is being malicious? Like, yeah, malice is the easy answer. It makes the most sense when everything is framed that way. What kind of worldview would it take for you to break, like, rank from that razor? That was the question I was going to ask this whole time, and I kind of just needed to set it up first. And granted, I didn't set it up very well, but there are people in this world that are shaped through wickedness. They can have all the logistical reasons in the world, and every logical bone in their body could be telling them not to do it, but there's some disconnect along the way where they either don't care about the logical reasoning, or they never, like, they stop caring, or they never cared in the first place. There are people out there like that. Most people are fortunate that isn't the norm. To make sure I understand the question, Mr. Raspy goes on to say, would I say that someone Joker-like is fundamentally malicious rather than the result of the environment and such? That's probably another way of asking it. Would you abandon that razor if you were confronted with a person like that? Would you skip past the let's not attribute things that they're doing to ignorance, when the possibility could be they will be perpetually ignorant, or, you know, they're past the point of ignorance? Mr. Jason says, in fact, Mr. Quinn, your apparel store is the ultimate troll as well. That store can occasionally stock the Royal Crown, but that item is 1,080,000 Poke, and the maximum a player can hold is 999,999 Poke. So it's an item you can see but never buy. Can they exchange bells to pay for it? Or can it only be bought in that currency? I don't quite understand the particulars between bells and other currency. You think them being ignorant and them being fundamentally malicious are two independent things for the purposes of the question? So the question's not even applicable, is what you're saying here. That makes sense. And I'm inclined to agree. I guess the reason I even... you're still answering it. Okay, fair enough. Patience coin patience. And it's not even a matter of patience. Oh, did I haven't been counting. I'm gonna have to go to a shrine so that I can see the Korok count. Mr. Jason says you can exchange spells to Pokey. Right, like you gave the conversion rate earlier. So you can only hold 999,000 Pokey. So you will still be permanently 80,001 Pokey short. That's not quite what I'm like asking, Mr. Jason. What I'm saying is, let's say, like you said the item is 1,080,000 Pokey. Do they absolutely need Pokey to buy that, or could they buy it in bells rather than Pokey? Like, can they sidestep the cost in some way? That's what I'm asking. You absolutely need Pokey. Makes sense. Okay, yeah, that's about what I figured. Like, okay, you can't sidestep the Pokey. Makes sense. But worth asking, because I don't play Animal Crossing related games all that much. Raspy says, I think even in a case where someone does horrible stuff, it is fundamental to you that it's because of a very strong, deep-seated shame, rather than that person being like that. Humans are fundamentally nice to themselves and others. Humans are social animals. They wouldn't survive otherwise. However, still waiting. Because I know there is more. Where's the last? Oh, they were just in a circle. Okay. That didn't take much. Okay, there's all that, and I'll go ahead and get the Korok seed that is right in front of the stable. Yeah, I'll go ahead and get the one in front of the stable, and we'll grab the shrine that's next to the stable. Oh, there's no way our little hover bike actually survived. I didn't even put a bright bloom seed. Oh, nope, it's right there. I thought for sure that we were gonna have a problem. All right. Oh, hey there, Aelin. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I don't think so. Goodbye. You came in just in time. We're collecting a couple Korok seeds on our way to the labyrinth right now. Aelin says, hey, how was your weekend? My weekend was fine. I spent it at a client job, but it was overall fine. Thank you for asking. I trust your weekend also, was fine. Or even better than fine. Hopefully better than fine. And if not, sorry it wasn't great. The insert I'm happy for you, or I'm sorry that happened meme, but in question form. Rasby says, however, one, this doesn't mean the person will ever stop being malicious in the future. Number two, the person is still responsible for their actions. I'm advocating the person is not to blame. Number three, knowing that this isn't a shortcut to not blaming people. Conflicts will still force you at times to build such beliefs, but you strive to chip away and remove the blame. Number 4, it's important to ask exactly what are we trying to solve by asking these questions. And the last, number 5, I think if given a safe space and a person the actor trusts enough to navigate with and with enough time, they will chip away at the malicious part. For what that's worth, that's really nice to hear. I mean that. That means you give human beings an incredible amount of latitude, more than I do sometimes. But I wonder if a legalist, I don't want to say Taoist, I was going to say Taoist, I think it's a legalist. I wonder if you've ever, like, held a conversation with a legalist, because they would view that completely differently. Oh no, what's going on? Recipe says, basically, the more you increase the maliciousness in your model, you increase the shame experience. Makes sense. The more malicious people, like, there's certainly something to be said for internalized feelings that make people act out in malicious ways. I think there's some truth to that. Aelin says, did you ram any bitches? Did I explode them? With Dazzle Fruit, but did I actually, like, bomb them or use Zonai devices? No, not really. That's like the classic thing Aelin's known for saying. And Aelin spares no time and wastes no words in saying exactly what they want to say. Raspy goes on to say, well, a legalist following the model of the law will definitely be misaligned with my view. Legalists, I suppose I shouldn't, I'm not going to speak for them, but my understanding of, like, legalist philosophy is, like, the exact inverse of what you said about humans being generally conditioned to be fundamentally nice to themselves and others. A legalist, in essence, says humans are predisposed to being, are predisposed to being violent or petty lawbreakers, and will absolutely take advantage of another person if given the chance. Like, definitely not square with what you were saying earlier, like, with your own point of view. Alan says, I'm disappointed in you, Coin. Nah, I can carry your disappointment. I promise there will be some exploded people later, in this video game, in case that wasn't abundantly clear. Oh, it's you. Here you are again. Oh, hello, ladies. Ooh, Nat, this must be fate. Stop it. We've got a real problem on our hands, given what's happened to our tent. It's not the time to talk about that. You're right. Still, just when we found a cave that surely had a trove of mushrooms and more. All right. So we found a cave at the bottom of a mountain along this road for a bit. We pitched our tent there and then hurried back here to the stable. Right, and by the time we got back to our tent, we found monsters inside. That's our tent, though. But you abandoned it? You certainly didn't expect people to go, ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, free tent. You girls really didn't think that through, huh? I guess not. And that's why, despite our bumping into each other here, again here, this is totally not the time to talk about that. We have to chase off those monsters somehow. Why? Are you actually going to go into the tent? Or are you going to sit here at the stable? Which is it, ladies? Pick one. Raspy says, I'd argue with examples in that case, like in natural disasters, like earthquakes and floods. People do heavily help each other in the places where there's no law or forced action. So when you go walk up a mountain, you don't get brutally murdered by other people hiking. And I think even from a game theory perspective, it's the very least questionable. The most effective strategy in Prisoner's Dilemma is trust first and then mirror last action, aka respond bad to something bad and then respond good to something good. That all sounds good on paper. You're a very logical person. You follow postulates and razors. I'm not saying you're only logic, of course, but you are a very ordered person, Mr. Rasby. Not everyone does that. And even I have my moments where I give in to my perhaps emotional tendencies. And while I am generally not a violent person, I am when the switch is off and I am not caring about whether or not there are legal consequences for my actions, I could be very violent. Everyone has that capacity in them. Most people are capable of controlling that to varying degrees, but most people also have their limits. Everyone has a limit at some point. What a legalist, in effect, says with their philosophy is that there's a natural limit where the evil will outweigh the good. It is the idea that no matter how law-abiding and well-meaning people can be, at some point, unless there are strict laws and forced interactions where people are controlled, the tendency at some point is devolution into chaos. You know, like the inevitability of lawlessness. That's kind of what, that's my understanding of what they believe from all the things I've been taught in school about legalists and legalist philosophy, which is to say history classes where they talked and touched about this. Or the light bit of reading I did do. I've never actually bumped into a true legalist. Most people just profess the opinion, but don't actually say they're a legalist. That's the most I've come across legalism, like, as a philosophy, is people usually just utter the thing, and I have to look up later whether or not there's like a whole organization to that cold, calculating ruthlessness that legalists are known for. Aelin says, but that's just a theory. A game theory. Indeed. Rasby says, and then they go on to say, I also believe people have a super high capacity of evil as well as good. I believe people have the capacity for both. Oh, I totally did not read that. The tent that sisters Nat and Megan have set up in a cave has been overrun with monsters. To learn more about what their mysterious that is, defeat the monster and take the tent back. Yay! Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin. In fact, one resident in said store said, and I quote, fashion shopping tip. Anything fab for you, fab enough for you to call it fab, is probably not on sale. Was that did an animal say that? I'm pretty sure an animal said that. If so, yeah, that's, oh, I didn't even grab the thing. I have to go and fix that. An animal did say that? That's hilarious. That gets the slow claps. That's hilarious. You were talking about the thing being unattainable, and someone commented on things that are truly fabulous are also things that are truly unobtainable. It's very ironic. Mr. Rasby says, oh yeah, I would definitely heavily disagree with that. We would be extinct if that would be the case, or we're very, very lucky, because any society building period essentially contains decentralized anarchic societies. As a bit of an anarchist myself, I think I would agree with that on some grounds. But from my perspective, I think what the more benign legalists that are out there are really saying is that having strict laws is necessary, because if you don't have strict laws and you don't have clear consequences for crime that are fair and justifiable, you will end up with a lawless society. Like, let's imagine for a minute that we were in the realm of in the Fallout universe, where, society has collapsed. You have pockets of towns and villages, but none of them are related or interconnected with each other. Such that if you don't defend yourself, if you do not defend yourself, you do not take care of yourself, you will get taken advantage of. Typically, the law in such a setting is if someone steals from you, steal it back. If someone hurts you, hurt them back. Or, if you're in places where authorities handle things, then let them handle it up to a point. But never let the opportunity to remind someone not to mess with you go to waste. If you can show someone don't do that, or really bad consequences are going to happen to you, you should teach them that very painful lesson. And sometimes in the wasteland of Fallout universe, the lesson is death. Trying to make sure I know how to take this next thought forward. And I'm really having to think. Sorry, definitely ADD brain triggering right now. And also I'm going to pick up this ice fruit. In worlds like the one I described, the legalists will point to that and say this is what is inevitable without strict rules and the harsh environments. The less extreme legalists basically use examples of potential world states to justify why people don't need freedom, or why the consequence for stealing might be to have your arm chopped off. They're going to say, well, if you make sure they can't do that again, then they don't do that again, etc., etc. Raspberry then goes on to say, and I'll come back and read the comments in a second, Mr. Jason, promise. Raspberry says, now if you get a bunch of people, like students, give them shitty conditions to live, a shitty economy to experience, and hard stuff to process through, then I do think that leads to harmful things being a lot more favorable. I attribute that to the social difficulties and not to the fundamental difficulties, or the fundamental aspects of human nature. Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. I think if people are generally in comfort and they're not left wanting, then I do think people will generally at least leave people alone. I don't know about being helpful. There are some people that are just indifferent. Like, they're the most fundamental, forward aspect of themselves is indifference. They don't care. Whether or not people are inclined to help if given good conditions, I think comes down to conditioning. More than anything. Really, that should not have been that difficult, but it was. Let me go back and read Mr. Jason's comments. I have successfully made this store. You best be a billionaire to enter here. God, what's that store? It's in Twilight Princess. It's like the, things cost like 100,000 rupees. And then later you have Mallow send an agent to infiltrate the store, and he ends up completely converting the place, and it becomes Mallow Mart. I forget who the really ritzy rich guy is, but that's what that billionaire super rich high-end store scenario, that's what that makes me think of for whatever reason. Raspy says, I think strict laws would be horrible. You personally bend a lot of shit all the time, and you admit that you do it. Actually, that community you left has certain strict rules, like no DMing someone through the Discord unless you ask for permission first. Sometimes rules get in the way while adding nothing because there are already implicit mechanisms handling that. Yeah. I mean, I agree with that on some level. I think rules can get in the way. It's a tough balance. Rules are there for a reason. You should follow them. If rules are not really impacting interactions with people in a because it's DMing people on Discord, right? I'm using that specific instance you brought up to expound and talk on. Because you don't have to interface with these people. It's not necessary most of the time to interface with those people. There are good reasons to follow even that strict law. But if you really needed to break that rule, my understanding and the way I would operate would be, well, okay, you broke the rule, but I think I could, I would be the kind of person that would let that slide, because the thing we're discussing, or the thing you're trying to get into contact with me about, is more important. Mr. Jason says, Chudley's Fine Goods and Fancy Trinkets Emporium. That's the actual real name. That is funny. I do like that, but that is the real name. God, that just sounds very tacky. Raspy says, so I think even if we assume people are fundamentally bad and always lean into that side, I think overdoing strict laws would be ultimately reductive and kind of ignores context. I generally agree with that. Okay, we can't really do anything. What's the name? Courage to Fall. Courage to Fall. I don't... Courage to Fall. I don't think they want me to go around. But I guess let's try falling and see what happens. I don't think that's what that means. Nope. That's not it at all. I did manage to get some paper where you had to go back to the psychiatrist because of really bad executive dysfunction. Now you broke some rule. What now? You end up with situations, Raspy goes on to say, where you inconvenience unnecessarily or mess with people who clearly aren't abusing the system. Right, like false negatives or false positives or what have you. Mr. Jason says the TCC has four rules and a whole boatload of policies. I mean, that's mostly just like Discord maintenance and upkeep and who gets contacted for which issue. more than anything. That's not really at the heart of what is being discussed. That's more like a tangential side note. Raspy says, however, I do agree that if half of humanity would be writing edge cases and the laws in depth and handle context, understanding and such, and update as soon as needed and be region specific, that I do agree that it wouldn't be horrible, but not a benefit. Wait, you do agree that if half of humanity... I'm not sure I'm parsing this right. So, are you saying there's like a upper limit to what the edge cases should be? Oh, I'm just trying to make sure I've condensed that down. I've condensed that down and I understand that properly. Oh, are you saying if the law has a sufficient room for context, then, you know... Hold on, I really want to make sure I understand that. So basically, laws are at best situational. Like, laws should be context sensitive. Yeah, okay, that's exactly what's happening. Courage to fall. There's not really a lot I can do about that. What does it want me to do here? Courage to fall. This whole thing is just like a trap door, so as soon as I trigger the laser, it'll open up. Raspy says, I'm saying if hypothetically the law handles context and such very, very, very well, which no law does. There's almost always open gaps, and even for people like myself and you, I would have a limit on how much context I would want a law to include, because at some point there should just be implicit truths that humans should live by. Like, how much context do you really need for, you know, anti-theft laws? Like, there are reasons to let the anti-theft rules slide, and there are reasons, you know, to follow them to the to the exact letter of the law. But if you went in and wrote every explicit limit on a rule, you would be inundated. Like, oh my god, the legislative offices would be like so backlogged, and then we would be right back to the lawless situation, to the lawlessness that legalists would describe earlier. And that would require half of the entire Earth, hypothetically. That would require a hive mind. I need like a Geth interpreter from Mass Effect to come in and say, this is how the rules should be on a collective level. Raspy says, but yeah, in your Twitch community or any community built by you fully, you will have no rules. You only have some pieces of information to inform certain aspects. Fair. Definitely an anarchist utopia, to say the least. Rules are an uphill battle. You're better off handling things by context. I mean, yeah, I suppose ideally if there weren't rules, people would just handle things by context. I don't know. I guess rules are... I view rules and laws as trade-offs for living in society at large, that because we can't always come to a collective understanding on how things should be, and because there are 50 different interpretations of what people should or shouldn't do. Off in the distance, my senators and inductees, that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That's fair. That will be the warning, the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. We do take 3-minute breaks around here to stretch, grab a snack, do whatever. I'm away from my desk, so I can go stretch and not have my legs clawed up on me quite so easily. I definitely recommend you guys do the same. Plus, I structure things this way for a reason. You might as well enjoy the ride and take the break. But I'm nobody's daddy. I will not be telling anyone what to do. What you do with your break or your time is your business. I do want to thank people for hanging out with me today. I realize the conversation topics have been laden and serious and, full of heavy gravity, but they're worth talking about. They're definitely worth talking about because they are deeper, more existential topics that you could carry with you if you leave the stream today. You can leave with some thoughts like those, and I think those will those questions, and I think those questions will serve you well. Mr. Jason says Raspy's single rule. He's amazing and should be treated as such. See, I'm not even sure. That's not really a rule Raspy would make except as a joke. I already know. As referenced by his own response to that. Raspy then goes on to say, if you have a rule like don't be an asshole, what's the point? If someone comes in and is a piece of shit and gets punished, you see no issue there. I mean, that's the thing. I guess that's like the critical difference. I need structure. There are a lot of people that need structure. And that is a sort of argument that many legalists would no doubt point out, that some people gotta have structure. And that's what the rules are for. Okay, got it. Oh, you know what? Oh, but except I thought that would swing wider. This is showing me how the hinges work. Can I, climb this? No. And there's no way for me to get above it either. What the heck? There's no way around it. I think maybe there's got to be an entrance under here. There's a reason it's saying that this is like a falling puzzle. Getting back to what I was saying, or I guess before that, Ayla says, can we ram bitches now? Working on it. It'll probably have to happen after the break. As usual, I know everyone's gonna hate the 7-letter word I'm about to utter. Okay, what's the deal? Everyone's gonna hate this 7-letter word I'm about to utter, but there's balance in all things. I think in a perfect world, everything is contextual, but there are also some clear rules laid out. There's both. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, not these lasers, but some shortly are safe to touch. I'm not really getting it. I mean, I get that the trick is the lasers, but I kind of don't... Oh, nice, I got him. I don't really know what to make of this, except I guess I should probably keep... Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm a complete fool. God. I should have just looked more. Yeah. Oh my god. Amazing what you can do when you have eyeballs.
Sure, Jan.
See you guys after the break with 100% more eyeballs. Sorry about that, folks. I'm back. As usual, nature is a cruel mistress, and when she wants to put me on call, She puts me on call, and I just have to deal with it. Let me catch up on some missed messages here. Let's see. Raspy says, so some people need structure, quote, in quotes. Well, that's the part where I'd say I'd have info stuff showing what might be unknown. Like I can have a text explaining where you go ask for help and such without it being a rule. Sure, like a directory. Makes sense. However, as you were away, I realized, no, I would actually have rules. I'd have a rule for no sound effects during cinematics, for example, when you stream, but I'd add rules only if I think they add value. Fair. Like, reminding someone not to be an asshole through a rule is not an effective usage of rules, and you will die on that hill. Fair. Well, again, the whole not being an asshole thing is just so vague and so subjective that, like, that's not a rule. That's a sentiment. I'm very much a... Yes, like I'm very much the... You know, I would have a guideline to be nice, but have a rule about being nice doesn't really serve the function, because people that are gonna break that, like, that's such an easy rule to break, and people could break it for literally no reason or through no fault of their own. Like, the rules have to take the form where people can clearly elect not to break the rule. And it's not like a matter of, you know, someone choosing to be nice or not, or choosing to word things nicely or not would break a rule. It has to take the form of, don't do this very clear thing or there are consequences. What those consequences are depends on, you know, what specific rule was broken and why. And yes, if context permitting, the rule can stand to the side when the context is relevant, but otherwise, the rule is there for a reason. Let's follow it, please. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin. You used your break to get a cup of tea? Nice. Just like regular old black tea or something more interesting and specific? I'm merely curious. Don't feel pressured to answer that if you don't want. Raspy then goes on to say, so I think it's less that I'm against rules, but rather I believe a lot of things should be treated case by case and not rules based. Yeah, that's fair. Like, I think, in all honesty, like, as much as an anarchist as I allude to being, I really am an ordered person. I prefer to have rules if at all possible, but I want those rules to not be arbitrary. Like, the rule should actually do something. You know, whether we're talking about rules or laws or like that specific jargon is not important, but the law should be there for a reason, and a good holistic reason. Like, oh, I don't know, you shouldn't steal. Like, that's a very clear, explicit rule. It adds value. What's the value? Letting people keep their stuff. Making sure people can find objects in the places where they are advertised or told that they're gonna be. You know, right to have and maintain property. All of these other things that humans should just have the right to have. And of course, your ability to control and shape rules kind of also depends on the context. Alan says, I kind of forgot that Jason is British. I believe well, I mean, yes, most people say British. I kind of prefer to, like, use the term English, like they're an Englishman or what have you. Because British means a lot of things. English is very, like, calling someone an Englishman or an Englishwoman or an English person is like it is way more specific. It clearly refers to someone who resides in England. But that's me being nitpicky more than anything else. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I was double checking if I'd actually made all 141 recipes in NCNH. You got to 137, and then you wondered, why are 4 missing? And then I realized, oh, the sugar, brown sugar, flour, and the whole wheat flour are also recipes, the literal 4 things we talked about yesterday, huh, Mr. Jason? Yeah, that's kind of a facepalm moment, just a little bit. Not saying you forgot it, but it's one of those, oh, yeah, the basic stuff is also a recipe. Very, very, very much a deer in the headlights moment, at least for me. Raspy says, of course you're not sure what your stance is for stuff like laws, society-wise, or stuff like that. Your stance is more targeted for, for being a content creator or making a community. Yeah, I mean, you get to shape your own rules, like what you do and don't permit and things like that. Like, that's a very different discussion. It's a rules for my house as opposed, or in this case, rules for your house as opposed to, the rules one has to follow out in public. Get out of here. I'm gonna take this so I can put a rock in it later. But Raspy then goes on to say, either way, rules aren't going to do heavy lifting for you. You want people to not break rules. You address the causes that get X to happen rather than making the rule to be more specific or handle edge cases. Come on. Oh, I meant to, I'll just parry you. Alright, so is this gonna take care of the chest in the area, or... Oh, I'm supposed to ram some bitches. Let's not forget to do that. We gotta find someone to explode. Let's go do that. I get the feeling this is gonna be a consistent requirement. So these lasers, I think, deal some damage. That might be what you're trying to say. What? What? Oh, I'm gonna fall through all of these. I just need to see. So these lasers are quote-unquote safe to touch because they just drop you down to some other place. Makes sense. But the next ones, these ones are not safe. Actually, yes, they are. Oh my goodness, I just realized that treasure chest is right there. Raspy says, oh, hold on, I didn't even finish reading the last sentence. Language is very rigid compared to the complexity of even a simple conflict. Yeah, the complexities of language are child's play when you think about conflict resolution. That's certainly true. Then you go on to say, well, this doesn't necessarily point to rules being more unnecessary. In your journey to building computer programs, they use hierarchical rules-based and rule-based and such, and having created your own personal hierarchical organization system. Language used is like using tiny pieces of sand to build a house. You could build the shape of a house in a very tiny way, but the house won't happen. Yeah, that's certainly true. Like, I mean, you can build, like, the idea of the complexity kind of, like, self-sustains the system when it comes to addressing things contextually rather than via a rule. Hold on, make sure I actually understood that. Right. At some point, I think what you're ultimately gaming up to say there is, you know, in your experience, at some point, the language of the rule, like the language is important for building the house, but at some point, if you don't adjust your approach and you just follow things via the rule, at some point the rules are going to short you, or you're not, as you've pointed out, if the rules are to help build a house, those same rules might very well help you not build a house. I think I've interpreted that right, perhaps. Aelin says, Mr. Coin, do you remember? I don't know, do I? What is it, the 9th of September or whatever, however that song goes? I don't know. Do remember the request. Raspy says, hold up, I'm stopping your very verbose and unnecessarily long talk about rules to question. Did Coin just say he's gonna go ram some bitches? Look, at this point, I did say that, but I am quoting Aelin here. The 21st night of September. I mean, I know this. I know the words when that song is being played. Okay, but I'm not really much of a traditional medium magnet. My tastes in music are eclectic. Thank you very much for those 100 bits, Mr. Raspberry. Those 100 electrifying jolts are going to help us ram some bitches. And speaking of bitches to be rammed, I think I rammed myself as well, which is not great, but whatever. Helping a homie who has no bitches, thanks. Nice! Are you gonna realize that, Stop! Dang it! My goodness. This stream has been a mess. A mess I enjoy, of course, but a mess nonetheless. Things have definitely not gone according to plan, and they have not gone according to plan because I'm a yakety yak chatterbox. Okay, what's the deal? What the heck? What? So wait, what was the whole point of this underground here? What's the whole deal with this? Maybe I should stop asking questions I don't want answers to, or that I won't understand the answers to. Mr. Raspy says, I got some bits for sale on some occasions, so you decided to use 100. Thank you for being generous with your, on your, I'm trying to make sure you use the right adjective. Your thriftily obtained bits. Whether they were fresh off the mint or you got them for sale, money is money. And thank you for spending the 100 wonderful biddies here on the channel. Thank you so much for that. Much appreciated. I was trying to be witty at the beginning and realized that wasn't going to particularly work all that well. Okay, so we got this key. Like, we got the key earlier. That's what this is for. And we've got a ball that we can do something with, but the question is, what? Raspy says, white powder is white powder after all. Finger full of white. Wait, what? A finger full of powder. Wrong society. Okay, we did open that? Yeah, okay, we got all the chests here. Me thinks... Yeah, I'm joking. I'm not that cool. I'm not that cool either. And even if I did attend ritzy parties like that, I for sure would not be snorting the white powder. That would not be happening. Say my name? Aelin? Am I saying it wrong? Or are you just asking me to say it, Aelin, out of curiosity? Oh, I'm not paying attention. You're damn right. Yep. Mm-hmm. Of course I'll say your name. Oh, frick. I forgot to shave my sides. Okay. Why are there two... What's the purpose of this? I guess we're gonna find out. I wanted to see if I could look even closer to Heisenberg. Oh, that's why they give you this. It's because this will close as soon as you remove no, I do not want that. Not yet, anyway. Alright. There we go. Better. Language, bitch. Yeah, exactly. I'm not... There are certain bits of language I'm just not gonna say. The Lord's name in vain is one of the few things I will just not utter, like, ever at all. Other people are welcome to say it if they want, but that's not what I'm about. Okay, got all. What about anti-disestablishmentarianism? That I could say no problem. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. I could see, easy, flows right off my tongue. But what about anti-disestablishmentarianism? The only history I'll say about that word is, the only history I really have with this word was that it was a word I struggled with in middle school. I got put in 5th grade English, and it was one of the first, like, really long, complicated words we got. And it took me 2 months to get the way you say it down. And it took me, well, even then, when I learned what it meant, I learned it enough for the test. But I totally don't really hold on to the meaning of the word. I couldn't tell you what it means. Oh, it's a word that's hard to say. Yeah, I suppose it's anti-disestablishmentarianism is a difficult word, but it's not like I don't avoid it like the plague, like the Lord's name sworn in vain. I don't do that. Oh, we have 530 Koroks. Just fixing the counter, which is kind of hard to see against the bright white snow. There we go. Yep, that's perfect. Now, get it? I'm just too good with language to get it. Aelin goes on to say the idea of being against the disestablishment of the Church of England. I think that's. Well, was called for a crusade. See you, chat and coin. Thank you so much for coming by and, giving the wonderful, wonderful bits, Mr. Rasby. Enjoy your crusade. Hopefully you get what you want out of it. And with that, my lovely senator and inductee, do stay safe. Do be well, be merry, and you're welcome back here anytime, of course. Will Deus Volt one extra time for your coin, Kappa? Don't even know what Deus Volt means. I'm not that well read, but whether in jest or in seriousness, enjoy your crusade, good sir. And speaking of crusade, we're now going to have to go on a little bit of one ourselves, to get the labyrinth done in a timely fashion. When you say you're always welcome in my halls, it makes me think you say it like you are a god. That's that's me borrowing the whole shtick of the channel. I had my channel character designed kind of a bit like Odin from Norse mythology. So that's when I'm saying stuff like that it's meant in sincerity, of course, but it's also like a branding thing. Like the halls of Valhalla, the mead halls, so to speak. That's what I'm drawing from when I say things like that. Aelin says, I wish I had a medieval suit of plate armor. Me too. I would actually unironically wear plate armor if I could be properly conditioned for it. Of course, that's weird, but because we don't wear armor like that in today's society, but I totally would if I could. Just and I'm being not ironic with that. Rasby says, all right, we'll skedaddle. So long, good sir, and do stay safe. Aelin says, I have a fiberglass replica of the Hylian shield. Nice. Did you get it on commission? Or did you, make it yourself? Just curious. You never know who's gonna work with fiberglass. I have an association with a couple of, a very loose association back when they were high school students and everything. And one of those loose associations went on to become a gunsmith of sorts. Another one, we should probably... No, I'm gonna focus. Let's focus on the labyrinth. Gotta get that done. You got it for Christmas? Ah, nice. So is it what size is it, if you don't mind my asking? Is it like a model, or, is it like a life-size replica, or is it more like a miniature? Just curious. There's a marketplace in Mystic CT, and you got it from there? Nice. You could use it to block stuff? Oh, so it's an actual life-size replica. Nice. And it's fiberglass, so, I mean, it's durable. You probably could really block something with it, with the replica if you wanted to. It might shatter depending on what it is, but you actually are... I want to say fiberglass is pretty durable. Although you might have to machine it to make it alloy durable. I know there's a process to temper fiberglass. I forget what it is. Aelin says, yeah, there's a handle on the back. Also fiberglass, or is it like a leather strap? Note on the table. Research log day 1. The Zonai glyphs carved into the stone slab read, the dragon's ring slumbers in the labyrinth's depths. Wake it, and ye shall receive due compensation. Taro deciphered them for us, but has since run off to another newly discovered ruin for further study. Writing frankly, I see his absence as an opportunity, and any discoveries that may lie within will all be credited to me. My name will forever be tied to solving the mysteries of the Zonai civilization. I gathered a haul of Hylian pine cones and will use them to mark my trail in places where I might otherwise get lost. It's engraved with ancient Zonite text. You can't make out what it says, but I think I could take a picture. Let's see. I think we have the quest where we need to take a picture of these things. Let's see. I'm going to take a picture, but I don't think this counts. Aelin says the handle is some type of metal and it's covered with foam where you hold it. Ah, okay, so it's... I mean, you shouldn't go around testing it, but, I mean... if you drop it, it probably will be intact just fine. Probably. See, are there any... Let's see. Yes, there is a Korok up top. We should honestly go deal with that first. So that we don't, that way I don't have to care so much about the hover bike here. I can let go of it. There's a reason why I haven't been putting bright bloom seeds on the last few, hover bikes, and that's why. Because I know I'm just gonna have to toss them out. Ferb! I know what we're gonna go do today! Phineas and Ferb. I don't like religiously watch the show or anything, but, you know, I do see a few pieces of it. You know, here and there. Really? Okay. Oh, all right. Dang it. Got it. That wasn't too bad. I'm so sorry. I didn't want to belch. And because of that, I held back the belch, and I ended up snorting instead. I'm really, really sorry about that. I'm sure that was not at all flattering to hear. And of course, if no one heard that, then damn is the noise gate I set up too good. So good. I think people heard it, though. Aelin says, I followed Dave Povenmire on YouTube. Who's that? If you don't mind my asking. I'm not familiar with that name. Ah, and I think I see why the pine cones are you know, put out. They want us to eat... Oh, first I actually have to light it up, though. What we want to do is we want to find the pine cone. Really? All that to get over some malice? I could climb over that. Or this isn't malice, this is gloom. Ah, the creator of the Phineas and Ferb show and the voice of Doofenshmirtz. Ah, so that's a piece of information I didn't know about. So apparently Phineas and Ferb had in-house voice acting, at least for some of it. That's kind of neat. So Dave Povenmire is the voice of Doofenshmirtz. I'm gonna guess he's like a relatively middle-aged chap, maybe in his mid-40s or so. Or otherwise very talented. It's weird. So I'll talk about like in-house voice acting for just a second. For those that don't know World of Warcraft all that well, I mean, I only sort of know it, due to like my own history with the game. World of Warcraft had a very prominent orc shaman in there. His name was Thrall. He used to be the leader of the orcs. And the voice actor for a while for Thrall was a man by the name of Chris Metzen. He was on the prior to Activision's development or acquisition of the company. He was on the Blizzard dev team, and Chris Metzen did such a good job with Thrall that when they did try to find a replacement, people were upset and demanded that Metzen come back to reprise that voice. He's been doing it a long time, and no classical voice training. He just kind of spoke. I think he did do like training, or he just spoke very specifically. I'd have to go and research the story a bit, but I know it. I do remember there was some controversy about that voice actor, or about Thrall getting a replacement actor when Metzen left the team. People were practically begging for him to come and reprise that role. I don't remember what materialized out of that. But yeah, one of the most prominent characters that's been on the cover of some of the World of Warcraft expansions, voiced by an in-house dev. Amazing work. Warframe's another game that had in-house voice acting. I want to say the lead project director is a woman named Rebecca, and she voices Black Lotus. Aelin says, I think he's in his 50s or something around there. Makes sense. Look, if there's a voice I can pick out, or if there's an age group I could pick out with voice acting, it's like disheveled, gruntled old men. For whatever reason, I could just pick them out. Hey, welcome on in, Mr. Klebus. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully, how are you doing? Hopefully well in both body and mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. I am doing fine. We are behind schedule, of course, but we have made it to the object of today's thumbnail, the North Lome Labyrinth. I'm going to go ahead and shout out Mr. Klebus. If you guys don't know who Mr. Klebus is, you should definitely go check him out. He works really hard on the content that he makes. And the channel recently got some some soft rebrands, icon redesigns, all that fun stuff. Killer clowns from outer space. Sounds interesting. Mr. Klebus says he's doing good. Just came from the gym. Nice. I'm trying to save up to get a year-long gym membership. Those are hella expensive where I'm at. But I am trying to save up for one. They're not cheap. And good on you for resting afterwards. And then you go on to say, by the way, stay safe over there in the US. Doing my best. Doing my best. Towing a very fine line. Mostly I'm just worried about whether a civil war is going to break out. Just given the really hot temperature of civil discourse right now. All it would take is a couple more incidents and the battle lines will be drawn. I can envision it now. So I'm kind of being... Well, I'll do what I can to be at the ready. And honestly, I'm doing my best to just kind of dissuade people from taking this approach of civil war. Because I have to tell you, no one's asking what comes after. People are just angry and upset for one reason or another, no matter what the viewpoint is. I'm not even really disputing which side is what. I only want to caution people, do you think a civil war is going to fix things? No. And unlike last time, the rest of the world may end up getting caught in it or try to intervene in such a civil war if it does happen. People really don't want to know the aftermath of a civil war. All the starvation, the lawlessness. No one wants to see that. It's the type of thing that is written in infamy in history books. That said, only so much I can do. So I'm doing my best to stay safe. Thank you for that, Mr. Klebus. Aelin says he's 62 and his name is Dan. I see. Wikipedia, right? I mean, or like IMDb. Could be IMDb. Could be either. Klebus says, I'm more worried USA will have no fair elections. I'm keeping my eye on that. And, you know, for me, I don't even have to wait until midterms to know. There's a mayor, there's like a mayoral election happening for New York City. And like the leading front runner is a man named Zorhan Mamdani. No matter what people think of Zorhan, if Trump has already come out and basically said we're keeping an eye on the election, and it would be really bad if Mamdani got that office. If Trump annuls that election through some means or another, that is going to be the fuse running to zero. And that will really set off a civil war. Now, whether he intends to, whether that the intention is to set off a fuse for civil war, that part I don't know. But I don't even have to wait for midterms to have a good idea of what will be coming next. Note on the table. Research log, day 2. I set out with great enthusiasm, but so far I haven't found anything other than an endless supply of bitter cold. If the Zonai were going to bother to carve a note into that slab, couldn't they have etched a few hints in there too? That's not their way, and you know that, scientist. How long has that slab been at the entrance to that site anyway? I might be remembering wrong, but I don't think it was there before the upheaval. In fairness, I'm also worried about Estonia and Poland and Finland. I believe they recently had like unauthorized Russian plane flights. You're Estonian, so you can tell me if I'm wrong. But I have been hearing on the news lately that Russia's beginning particularly brazen with the unauthorized aircraft. And that it's gotten an uptick recently. But I'm equally worried about that. And I'm also worried that, you know, Trump is like trying to weasel out of Article 5. So if something really drastic does happen, like whatever pretense that Trump wants to keep up won't even be held after that event happens. I'm also worried about that. Klebus says Russia's been doing it for years, nothing new, for like 20 now. Yeah, I only heard about it due to recent events with Poland. That there were a lot of drones that were shot down. And then Trump recently said that he'll protect Estonia. I wonder what he's getting out of it, though. Trump is a transactional person. He is almost purely transactional. I wonder what Estonia is giving him, like as a country, in order for him to say that. Not to say he wouldn't say it for other reasons, because I don't know. I don't know all the facts. Only that I don't trust what he says. I have very little reason to trust that. We'll probably know at a later date. I agree. And because of that, worrying isn't really... I mean, that sounds callous. Worrying about it only accomplishes so much, if anything at all. And I just want everyone's basic needs met. I want people to be safe, no matter what country they're from. I'm not in the business or habit of, you know, enemy or ally making. That's not really who I am. Although I'm worried with current events that I'm gonna have to pick sides, right? Like, I know that's just the reality of life. There are conflicts. You have to pick sides. But it's the idea of not knowing what the right side is. And that's a very complex thing to navigate. And even if you make the visibly quote-unquote right decision, I'm worried that one little micro decision will lead to a cascade of wrong decisions later. The classic life problem, right? Klebus says Russia has no army built up at NATO borders. That's good. That's good, at least for now. I'll be keeping an eye on it, along with everything else that's related to the news. The dire times that we live in. As Tav from Baldur's Gate 3 would put it, we really should have watched out for, wanting to live in interesting times. Klebus says, yeah, shit's getting crazy. I think I might have said this one day when you were in here before, Mr. Klebus. But this is like the worst timeline imaginable. It's like Cyberpunk without getting the cool Cyberpunk abilities. If we're going to be in a dystopian hellscape, I at least want the powers, gosh darn it. Give me the cyborg eyeballs. Let me have a head jack. Do something. Instead of whatever hellscape this is. Klebus says at least going to Thailand in 3 weeks? Yeah. Vacation is good. And hopefully somewhere along the way, you'll have plenty of room for introspection in a safe place. Thailand sounds nice. I wish I could go. But, I fear that is probably not going to happen. Let's see, there's gotta be a way I can, figure this out. I think the game wants us to kind of... Yeah, there's not... none of the routes into here are open. Although maybe they want us to kind of go around. I'm not 100% sure yet. Yeah, let's follow the path for now. And if I need to fly up and over, I'll do that. At least we have the pine cones. If we follow the pine cones, we should be okay. We'll probably get a few, we'll probably get a few treasure chests as we're doing this. So speaking of vacations, anyone else got vacation plans? The most I can say is that, and it's not really a vacation, is the client job on the, in 2 days from now. I'll be at the client's place for 4 or 5 days while they're out at, convention doing veteran support group things. And I'll be able to, fully express myself without judgment. That's one of the really nice things about, house sitting, is that if you are asked to do an overnight, or you have to sit at a client's house for multiple days, and you're at a place where you can be yourself, you don't have to worry about being judged. You don't have to worry about people, getting weird about this tick or that tick you have. A pretty classic example is the autistic stimming tendency of echolalia. Echolalia is this condition where most notably autistic people, but other people can have echolalia as well. They'll repeat back something that they either just heard or you know, something that they've heard a lot of times over and over. I do experience bouts of echolalia from time to time. And I usually keep it under wraps. I'm very careful with that. I can kind of be less careful about it if I'm by myself. And no one judges and says, why did you just say that again? And I have to come up with a very awkward reason for why I might have said something twice. And the worst part of it is that if you ever, for those that have like undiagnosed, attention deficit disorder, sometimes you could like dissociate right when you're saying something again. And you're like, wait, what? That's like the worst. That's like the absolute worst. Yeah, I could sometimes disassociate for like a split second during episodes of that. It's something I've noticed as I've gotten older. And it's really awkward. I'm great at parties until that happens. Note on the table. Research log day 3. After shivering the cold and cowering from the gloom, I finally made it. This pathway leads to the center of the ruins. There's a trail of lights here that's almost beckoning me in. It must lead to that due compensation the slab mentioned. Return the slab. The man in gauze, the man in gauze. Sorry, I saw the word slab and immediately thought of that. My history-making discovery is mere steps away. You can do this! Me! The Dragonborn. I don't know where I'm going. I gotta stop this. Saying random stuff. It's not really all that entertaining. Probably. I don't know. I guess that's a question I can ask folks. Do you guys find random stuff entertaining? I'm a very ordered person. Like, I don't mind random stuff myself. And I think being able to time the random things you say is what makes a truly fantastic stream, but so many other times, saying random stuff just makes you look unhinged. At least to me. I was wondering when we were going to get shield replacements. Okay, that's it there. So yeah, this is just the point where we're being cautioned to like go in where this like light post is. I'm just gonna keep following pine cones. So Klebus asks, so what do you think about paracetamol tied to autism? I'm like, what the fuck? It's been used so long. Like, how could this be linked just before it wasn't diagnosed properly? Oh, you must be talking about what RFK Jr. was saying. It's Korok. The dude has a chip on his shoulder. History, a little bit of a history lesson. It's complete bullshit. It is. I agree with you. RFK Jr., that's Robert F. Kennedy Jr., for those that need to know a name. He has a son who got a vaccine allergy and became allergic to peanuts. This sounds like I'm talking out of pocket. It's going to make sense in just a second. As a result of this very rarely developed vaccine allergy, or vaccine injury, it can happen. It's not unheard of, but it's rare. It's not supposed to happen. Not only, I mean, the medicine doesn't exactly have direct links to what I'm talking about here, but this man, RFK Jr., has been anti-vaccine for a long, long time, and he blames modern medicine for what happened to his son, on top of being whatever lifestyle he had and has had for a long time. I'm glad it works for him, but holy Lord, does what he do not work for everybody. This extends into pharma, like his battle against big pharma as well. Like, if you're already anti-vaccine, it's not a stretch to say that you might also be anti-big pharma. Another example of something that RFK Jr. has talked about, and it has particularly racist connotations to it, is this concept called reparenting. I believe this was a tactic tried in the 50s and 60s, or possibly the 70s, in order to correct, like, undesirable behaviors. It's this process of taking someone from a home and putting them in a different home, and essentially making them relive their childhood with new parents. Reparenting is a process that doesn't care about your age. It's putting that person through a different environment. Reparenting has been widely debunked as not a problem solver. It doesn't actually have people who are autistic or have other disorders it doesn't actually make them more functional citizens than they already are. In particular, reparenting was often used as a tactic to target disabled people of color, in particular black people here in the US. They would often be targets for reparenting. RFK Jr. has been known to push reparenting as a tried and true tactic. Doesn't work. This man is just not qualified for his job. I know how he got his job. He made some kind of Faustian bargain with Donald J. Trump and others, I'm sure. He's just a whole different can of worms. It's absolute BS. If people really want to know what... Like, there aren't clear links to autism, right? There are tons of ways it can occur. Most often, it happens due to genetic mutation. How do the genetic mutations happen? There are two avenues. One, like cellular damage. Something partially degrades the DNA such that the genetic product that is necessary for healthy people isn't fully functioning or doesn't function anymore. And the other way, when like the genetic mutation might occur, is just through the natural process of cell division. Sorry, I'm getting on my soapbox here. I'll get into the shrine in a minute. I'll probably be extending stream time as well tonight because I'm on my soapbox now. There are so many instances where you have like crossing over during fetus formation or embryo zygote formation. Like, you have genetic crossing over that can happen just during germline cell formation, like that sperm and eggs. Like, you can have partially degraded or mutated genetic like genes that get passed on. And even after the formation, something could happen that causes a genetic mutation, and it could be nobody's fault. That's the worst thing, is the mutation could be nobody's fault other than like random chance. And suddenly you end up with an autistic person. There are over 1,000 different genetic mutations that can result in someone being autistic. Most of them have to do with nerve line mutations that affect nerve cells, ganglion development, axial development, and so on. There are some mutations that don't have to do with the nervous system, but for the most part, it is a nervous system mutation. It's something in there, whether at the gray matter level or a cascade effect that comes as a result of a different nerve cell mutation, again at the ganglion or axial or synaptic level, like something that isn't in the brain matter itself. We've already done the testing to know that these mutations are linked to autism. We do not need something new. What Kennedy is misguidedly trying to do is push a conspiracy that tries to answer the question, well, what led to the mutations? Why are people getting these mutations? And he's saying it's drug use before a baby is born while a woman is pregnant. That's what he's trying to say. As, oh, well, this drug or that drug is causing it. Kennedy is trying to force a single vector to be the cause for autism so that there could be a ban on this or that later, or for some other reason. I'm no epistemologist. I couldn't really begin to, piecemeal the necessary logical steps to form my conclusion. But I'm keeping an eye on that man, because that is what this man is trying to do, is demonize autistic people. And over a perceived vaccine allergy, over a perceived chip, or a chip on RFK Jr.'s shoulders with his own children. As a kicker, and this is for anyone who's listening, and this is the last thing I'll say, otherwise I'll be talking about this all night, and I gotta stop at some point. Even if this weren't junk science, and let's say, like paracetamol, aka Tylenol, acetaminophen, were the cause of, and specifically use during pregnancy was the cause of autism. Let's say that is true for a moment. There wouldn't be any reason to do anything more than find the link, determine what causes the link, take steps. There's no reason to add all of this extra diminishing language to it. There's no reason to talk about wellness camps or fitness watches. There's no reason to do any of that at all. And B, and this goes past the point I even just made just now. And I can even extend this into arguments about Down syndrome. Is having, and this is mainly directed at neurotypical people. What is so wrong with an autist or someone with Downs being born? Especially those of us that are fully functional citizens. We hold jobs, we have families, we have healthy relationships, we fit into society as a whole. What's wrong with that? You would really rather have would these people really rather have us dead because we don't think like they do, or tuck us away where we can't be seen because we're not normal? Yeah, this topic is personal for me. I am an autist. I am autistic. I am on the spectrum. Kennedy's language and actions very directly affect me. Are people really so hateful and so hurtful that they would rather choose death over living with me or others? I'm just going to leave that question there. Mr. Klebus says, yeah, this sucks, and you worried about the wellness camps. There doesn't seem to be much materializing about the wellness camps right now. We're currently more at the wellness watch or fitness watch stage, and it's at most, it's a lot of companies selling fitness watches, not really the government selling a watch. The government isn't doing that. That's the thing that's uniquely different about what's all the controls that were happening during like the 1930s, 1940s Germany, and what's happening here in America is before the government had to be very heavy-handed and very direct about it. Here, I think the particular methods of surveillance are very insidious because they don't even have to happen through direct government action. That just kind of becomes the norm after the surveillance has already been established and after actions have already been taken. It's how it starts that gets bad. It is particularly insidious. All you have to do is buy a product whose stated goal is to help you track your fitness goals. You want to get fit? You want to get healthy? Cool. Awesome. Here's this awesome watch that'll do things like track your steps, how much you're sleeping, how much of it is interrupted, what your blood glucose and oxygen levels are like. All of this neat, awesome stuff. Isn't all that data useful? It sure is. Did you know that the government has tabs on this data and that they're the ones directly recording it? Yeah. Don't you trust the government to not do anything with your data? I don't. Who knows what they're going to do that for? Use that for, excuse me. Who knows what they're going to use that for? It could be to collate things into a database, or it could be something more like, and this is the part where I get to talk about what I was studying for. They could engineer a bioweapon. Now, is the government doing that? No. But could they? Possibly. Imagine a weapon that is keyed to a specific genetic marker, whether that be a specific protein found in dermal cells or a specific nucleic artifact, like a part of a nucleic acid, or a specific RNA molecule that you will only find in members of a particular race or nationality. Imagine if you could engineer a weapon that could lock into a trait like that. That would be a nationalist's wet dream, a xenophobe's wet dream. The ability to just take out people that you just did not like. Imagine, I don't even have to get too theoretical with this. Imagine if China or Japan, who have basically almost an ancestral grudge match with one another, they play nice and make friends, but imagine if that grudge reignited for some reason. Imagine if China or Japan had the technology to take out the other through the use of an infectious vector, not too unlike COVID-19, but unlike COVID-19, this infectious vector was limited exclusively to China or Japan or people that reside there that have a specific genetic marker. That's super scary. That's the type of stuff I would have been studying to prevent. And, you know, is it even possible? I quote an impossibility for now, but there's always future technology. Well, I know. I that was very conspiracy pilled. That was very conspiracy pilled. I just went on a complete tangent. I'm very worried. But again, worrying, these are nice things to be aware of, nice quote unquote things to be aware of. But worrying isn't going to accomplish too terribly much for me. There's not really a whole lot I can do about it. Whether that be about the events themselves. If I could snap my fingers and stop it, I'd do that in a heartbeat. But I can't. And I can't even really prevent what they would do to me once, you know, I'm in their sights. I wouldn't be able to do anything. So it's not that I want to put my head in the sand or pretend it isn't going to happen, but I haven't really choose my words. There isn't really going to be, like, what's the point in readying? Readying for action when there is no action I could reasonably take not to end up in that situation. The actions that I would be capable of taking would have to happen after whatever bad things happen to me. And that's too many variables for me to calculate down the road. Research log, day 4. What a riveting subject. I've done it. At long last, I've done it. I found a relic of the Zonai civilization. Though my euphoria is short-lived, and the hours since my discovery, I've tried touching, hitting, and yelling at the relic, but it remains unresponsive. I'm starting to fear I may not unravel the secrets of the Zonai after all. The thought makes the cold even more bitter. Well, fine. I suppose it's time I crawl out of this frigid pit and issue my report on my investigation. At least you'll get credit for that. Let's, melt the ice and, get into this shrine, shall we? We've got, one more labyrinth to, like, flit through, because the way the labyrinths work, I can break up this rather dire discussion we're having by referencing a previous labyrinth. So, the labyrinth has 3 components. There is a sky labyrinth that we have to access at first, and I can go ahead and get rid of this. And we're told, hey, we got to go to the actual labyrinth on the ground first to get started. Then after that, we can go into the labyrinth up here and actually do that labyrinth, actually navigate through it, and make our way into the chasm at the depth labyrinth. We then fight a thing down here, some sort of flux construct usually, but it could be other stuff. I don't know too much. I don't know enough of a pattern yet to keep going. And then afterwards, there's a light route to help get back into the chasm, and then you can exit and go about your business. We're at step 1 of going through the labyrinth, like, right now, which is we have to deal with things at the ground level first. This is a blessing shrine for sure, and then I believe after that we should be okay to head to Sky after this. If and you're still here, Mr. Klebus, How was the Killer Clowns game? I think that was what that was, that one in the shout out earlier. How was that game? I don't know much of anything about it, so I'm curious what your thoughts were, or you know, how that's going. How that's going for you. Where is my glass when I need it? I think I might have set it out somewhere. Well, let's get our light of blessing and get out of here. I may have to go whip up a drink. I might be here a bit longer. Yeah, I think we'll head up to Sky. Luckily we have a shrine that we've unlocked. When we went there at first, so we can. Oh, there's our lovely ring here. Okay, cool. I was wondering if we were gonna have to activate something. Clabus says, the Killer Clowns game is an online multiplayer game, 7 versus 3. That's a weird player ratio. Okay. Basically, there are different escapes, boats, tunnels, bridges, and so on. Oh, this is one of those, oh god. Is it? I'm gonna say Dead by Daylight, but I know that's wrong. Or like the player ratio. Oh no. Yep. Oh no. Hold on, I gotta lock in like right now. Excuse me for just a moment, peeps. Oh, I believe I just killed myself rather than actually deal with that. Where did those gloom hands come from? I'm gonna leave up the overlay element, because I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to deal with them again in a few moments. But did they come as soon as they activated the ring? I guess we're gonna find out. Or actually, I don't. Yeah, I see you over there. Alright, you one-eyed scumbag, bring it on. Oh, if you guys are not too familiar with what's gonna happen next, you guys are gonna love it. There's a lot of jam-packed action. I'm gonna wait for you guys to like get a bit closer. Alright. But these are gloom hands. If you see these, you want to bring lots of explosives. Because once you kill them, the real fight with Phantom Ganon will begin. Oh, are you actually going to use a bow? They're swapping weapons now? I've never seen Phantom Ganon swap weapons like this before. That's new. Gotcha. Phantom Ganons have some of the fastest attacks around. Some attacks are predictable, but the right hand slash is very fast. But it is the one you want to try to flurry rush, if at all possible. Oh, I must have clipped that. You can defeat them much the same way as you defeat other enemies, of course, but I can't carry any more of those. I want those, though. Game. I guess we'll be leaving your multi-shot bow behind then. Well, that was a fun little misadventure. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Let me try entering the shrine and exiting. That's weird. That's very weird. Don't tell me I have to, like, I don't have to recollect things. Right. Like I was saying, Phantom Ganon can be defeated any way that you wish. You're gonna find that Phantom Ganon will dodge a lot of your attacks. And they're very quick. It's not like you can break their poise or anything. You kind of just have to let them make the first move. And he will close space on you quickly. Okay, I wonder if my death caused something weird to happen. This is the day 2 log. That's weird. Why is this ring malfunctioning? Sorry, I'm in troubleshooting mode now. See, I know Dead by Daylight's like the wrong game I want to use. It's like this old canceled game where it was like 3 or 4 people and then you had a monster that you played as. It's like it was like a 4v1 style game. And went through like early access and had like an official release, and then you know, it like died. Like eventually people stopped playing due to just the lack of balance changes made toward one of the specific monsters. This is old history, very old history. But Killer Clowns kind of sounds like that game, just with, obviously with a different premise and like different numbers. Like instead of like 4 on 1, it's 7 on 3. I'm supposed to activate this ring. Oh no, do we have to like... That's weird. We were able to activate it earlier. Hold on, let me look at this. This will be under a shrine quest. The North Lome Prophecy. Yeah, there's supposed to be a dragon ring, and we can't activate it. I have to look this up. So, how's the weather? I don't really have a whole bunch of riveting things I could talk about. I'll have to stop by. I'll have to try to stop by and see if I can't watch Killer Clowns sometime. Because although games like that aren't really my cup of tea in the first place, I do like watching people from time to time play, you know, Dead by Daylight, and this very much sounds like the same kind of game where there are potential for like voice comm shenanigans or people to get like outraged and salty and upset when teammates flagrantly ignore calls. Oh man. Keep exploring with AI mode. No, Google, get your AI garbage out of here. TotK North Lome Prophecy ring not working. Sorry, I'm like really... That's the Lome Island. I don't want that. Maybe I need to look at... Maybe I need to search by what this place is. North Lume Labyrinth. Bugged. Just try that. Maybe it was already activated, and because we died during the Phantom Ganon, like we died swatting away Gloom Hands. Maybe it's already activated and I can't activate it anymore. So in that case, we just have to go to Sky. Let's try. Maybe we can actually start that now. Seeing as how we actually have the prophecy. Yes, I know we're freezing cold. In the interest of not burning through cold food, we're just gonna put on the cold resistant gear and go from there. You should be able to activate this now. Yeah. No red warning symbol. Four terminals are hidden in this maze. Activate them all. Oh, don't worry. We will. Unfortunately for that scientist who wanted to discover the secrets of the Lome Labyrinth, your name wasn't Link, so you were never going to discover them. You had to wait for an intrepid explorer to come and do that. So, what I'm going to do is very quickly take a short commercial break, or I'll take like a minute and a half of a commercial break. Just to kind of like keep some pre-roll going, to eliminate some pre-roll. I need to like go take another Nature's Lovely Calls and find my beverage because I am struggling to see or find that right now. You guys have been awesome. Thank you for hanging out with me up to this point. We're going to be going a little bit longer. We don't normally go past 5 p.m., but today's a weird stream. My fault entirely. In the future, I'll have to not be such a cluckety-cluck hen while gabbing with people. But that said, thank you guys for being along for the ride with all the serious, deep topics and me being an unhinged conspiracy theorist. I mean, because that's essentially what I'm being right now. Because there's not a lot of evidence to back up what I'm saying. If any at all. But with any luck and some quick jurisprudence on my part, the commercial break will be over before you know it. I highly recommend that you guys get up and stretch and do all that for about 90 seconds, and I'll be back before you can blink. See you guys then.